Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order now. This morning, our invocation is very special. It will be given by my son, Jude Wahardo. Jude?
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come, Holy Spirit, fill my heart with your holy gifts. Let my weakness be penetrated with your strength this very day, that I may fulfill the duties of my state in life conscientiously, that I may do what is right and just. Let my charity be such as to offend no one and hurt no one's feelings, as so generous to pardon sincerely any wrong done to me. Assist me in all the trials of life. Enlighten me in my ignorance. Advise me in my doubts. Strengthen my weakness. Help me in all needs and embarrassment. Protect me in temptations, and console me in all afflictions. Graciously hear me, O Holy Spirit, and pour your light into my heart, my soul, and my mind. Assist me to live a holy life and to grow in goodness and grace. Amen. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you,
Amen.
Jude. And Jude is a sophomore at Veterans High School. I usually always mention that, and I fail to. Thank you, Jude. Next, our Pledge of Allegiance will also be led by a high schooler. He is, well, first of all, his name is Patrick Golunga, and he attends Richard King High School. Patrick?
All right, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, can you please join me in honoring the Texas flag? Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Patrick. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter. Mr. Hunter. Okay, he must not be online yet. My understanding he's going to join us on WebEx today. Billy Letterman.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith. Mr. Smith is running late, but will join us.
Okay.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Señor.
Wow, this is amazing. This is so wonderful. Thank you. That was a beautiful performance. So today is so special. As you see our rotunda, the city hall, you see council chambers, we are celebrating and kicking off National Hispanic Heritage Month. And that is so important because we here in Corpus Christi, we are predominantly a Hispanic community. And that's very important, regardless of what your heritage is. What's important is that we embrace who we are and where we come from. Because what we've been given is a true gift of life. And we all come from families. My mom and dad are sitting here, and I'm so proud to have my parents here today with me. And my mother is from Mexico. My mother's from Saltillo, Mexico. And the traditions that we have learned, you don't have to be from Mexico, but the traditions they're invaluable. And my son, as you heard, gave the invocation, and I pass that on to him. We all pass on our traditions, our culture. So I'm just proud because it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and it has been 15 years in our research that this month that was proclaimed initially in 1968 by Lyndon B. Johnson as Hispanic Heritage Week, and then in 1988 by Ronald Reagan as Hispanic Heritage Month, is being proclaimed in council chambers today after 15 years. So we're very proud to be here today, and I am honored to be the mayor to say it is Hispanic Heritage Month in Corpus Christi, and we will be embracing that the entire month. So thank you all for joining in the celebration. This was amazing. Give us your quick little synopsis.
We are Los Mariachis, Corpus Christi. Thank you all so much for having us here today, and thank you, Paula, for everything. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So with that, I will read this most important proclamation today. So whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America as well. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson, was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. It was enacted into law on August the 17th of 1988. And whereas the story of Hispanics in America is the story of America itself, and the Hispanic community's values, love of family, a deep and abiding faith, and a strong work ethic are America's values. And whereas from those who trace their roots to America's earliest days to those who recently came to the United States carrying nothing but hope for a better life, Hispanics have always been have always been integral to our national history, and America is a richer and more vibrant country because of the contributions of Hispanics. And during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we celebrate the immeasurable impact they have made on our nation. And whereas Hispanics have played a vital role in the moments and movements that have shaped our country, and they have enriched our culture and brought creativity and innovation to everything from sports to the sciences, from the arts to our economy, and have made invaluable contributions through their service to our country. And whereas the rich ethnic heritage of Hispanic Americans gives us cause to celebrate because it is a proud and colorful portion of our nation's heritage, reaffirming our belief in the principles of liberty and democratic government. And the future of Corpus Christi is inextricably linked to the future of our Hispanic community, and our cities thrive on the diversity and ingenuity of all of our people. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me, and for the first time in 15 years, as mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim September the 15th through August the 15th of 2021 National Hispanic Heritage Month in Corpus Christi, and I encourage all citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs, and of course, mariachis across the city. So thank you. Thank us all. Thank you all for being here. And last but not least, we have to showcase one of our council members. Come here, throw something down, Roland. Come on. He's got the best voice on council.
On council, I only know the Star Spangled Banner. Ay, que laureles tan verdes, que rosas tan en. You want to start it and I'll call you guys? Yeah. Here, you're gonna have to help me. Que laureles tan verdes, que rosas tan encendidas. Si piensas abandonarme, mejor quitarme la vida. Alza los ojos a verme. Si no estás comprometido, eres mata de algodón que vives en el capullo. Ay, qué tristeza me da cuando te llenos de orgullo de ver a mi corazón enredado con el tuyo. We're through playing now.
No. That's it. That was awesome. Wow. Wow. I can't top that. So that was totally impromptu. I just want y'all to know. He didn't know he was going to do that, and that was amazing. That was wonderful. Way to go. That was awesome, Councilman.
Don't ever do that again.
So I also want to thank my friends who are here, Cynthia and Raina, who are sitting back there, and they're just the epitome of Hispanic Heritage Month. They are who helped, and my staff, Arlene, Cynthia, Alice, Chelsea, who decorated everything, and our staff, our city staff, who decorated everything you see in chambers and outside here in the rotunda. So thank y'all very much, because there's no way I could have done it. Thank you, Peter, for allowing that. I know you're very supportive. Okay, so moving on. Gosh, I don't want to move on. Let's see, we have National Night Out. Are y'all exhausted? Come on down. I should have brought it. How are you, Margaret? Wonderful. Well, needless to say, this is a group of people that we are forever indebted to because of the frontline work that you do, and we're so appreciative. We are a city who backs the blue. We always love to say that because we believe and we thank you for all that you do for Corpus Christi and our residents. Hendricks, okay. Chief Markle, welcome. Okay. Anybody want to sing? Let's get that lined up right now. Line it up. There's no alcohol in chambers. So today we are reading a proclamation about National Night Out. So whereas the National Association of Town Watch, or the NAWT, has announced the 38th Annual National Night Out, NNO, program, which will take place on Tuesday, October the 5th of 2021. National Night Out is designed to, number one, heighten crime and drug prevention awareness. Number two, generate support for and participation in local anti-crime programs. Number three, strengthen neighborhood spirit and police community partnerships. And number four, send a message to criminals, letting them know that neighborhoods are organized and fighting back. Whereas the first National Night Out was introduced in 1984 with 23 states and 2.5 million Americans participating in traditional outside lights and front porch vigils, many Corpus Christi neighborhoods, along with most cities and towns, now celebrate National Night Out with a variety of special citywide and neighborhood events such as block parties, cookouts, parades, festivals, and visits from local law enforcement, safety fairs, and youth events. And whereas it is vital that all citizens of Corpus Christi be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in neighborhoods. Police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 5th of 2021 National Night Out in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to join their neighbors, the law enforcement organizations, and the National Association of Town Watch in supporting the 38th Annual National Night Out. So thank you all for all you do.
How are you doing? Good. Thank you so much, and as well as Mayor Guajardo has stated, you know, it's going to be a national event, and we're asking everyone to join in. Of course, just keeping all of these safety precautions because of COVID, but participation as far as decorating your front yards, and then as well putting a blue light on your porch as a support for local law enforcement. Oh, I love that. Yes. So everyone, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank
yes,
you,
ma'am.
Melissa. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where's Cynthia? Are we bringing in Cynthia? Can you get everybody? Hi, Aaron. Hi, guys. Y'all got a fun one today. I'm good. How are you? How are you? How are you? Good. Hi. How are you? Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Well, thank you for being here. So today we have our next group, which is, well, we are proclaiming Heart Walk Day. And a big competition coming, between us. We're working on that, Peter and I, because we've got 3,000 people that we plan on signing up right here within the city of Corpus Christi. So today we are proclaiming Coastal Bend Heart Walk Day, because as we all know, this is extremely important, and your group does an amazing job of keeping us aware and making sure everyone knows the importance and educating us in regards to heart disease and other things, related to our heart and staying healthier and living healthier lives. So the proclamation goes as such: whereas heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States and in Texas, there are several types of heart conditions, the most common type being coronary artery disease, which can lead to heart attack. And whereas the leading risk factors for heart disease are high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, and smoking, the American Heart Association, through education, outreach, and research, is working hard to turn these trends around. And whereas for nearly 100 years, the American Heart Association has been fighting heart disease and helping families and communities thrive, the American Heart Association has provided $4.6 billion in research since 1949. Each year, the American Heart Association trains more than 22 million people in CPR best practices. And whereas the American Heart Association provides support, training, and research across the state and the country by increasing awareness of the importance of physical activity to reduce the risk for cardiovascular disease, we can save thousands of lives every single year. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 2nd of 2021, 25th anniversary Coastal Bend Heart Walk Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I urge all citizens to show their support in the fight against heart disease and commemorate this day by taking time to walk and attending the Heart Walk on Saturday, October the 2nd.
We are excited for this to be our 25th year, and so we do encourage you to come out to Whataburger Field. We are creating a safe environment for everybody, socially distancing. But if you are not comfortable coming out to Whataburger Field, please walk where you are. It truly is about getting active and moving more. I want to thank our chairs that are leading this 25th year of Judith Talavera and Rob Hall, also with Gloria Hicks, Lori Dillinger, and Dr. Osbert Blow. They are not able to join us today, and they send their regrets, but we want to thank them so much, as well as Connie and Jay Weiss. They are leading our Executives with Heart. And so thank you all. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo, and we'll look forward to seeing you on October 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin. Okay, so if you are here to be sworn in, if you can please go ahead and come on down, or come on down, up. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these individuals have been appointed by the city council to serve on one of the city's boards, commissions, committees, or corporations. And we appreciate, of course, all of your willingness to volunteer your time and to serve for the city of Corpus Christi. We thank you in advance, and we're very honored for the job and the work you're going to do. And we appreciate it, like I said, in advance, because this is all voluntary and for the betterment, right, of the city of Corpus Christi in whatever capacity that you'll be serving. So with that, let's see, I will ask you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me, and of course say your own name when I get to that part. Okay, so I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Councilman Barrera, I don't understand why you're still working here. You obviously have talents that would make you a lot more money than you make here, yeah.
You do weddings?
Quinceañeras for sure, right?
Guess he's encouraging him to resign.
It's okay. Okay. Okay, so we are at the noon hour. So, oh, this little guy's in my way. Oh, there we go. Oops. we will go ahead and start our public comment. So I will ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum, and the rules will also be visible on the screens in the chambers for the televised audience to see.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So I will be calling you in order in which you signed up electronically. Requests to make public comment by phone will be taken first. In-person public comment will be taken directly after that. And I'd also like to remind everyone that a recording is made of this meeting. So please speak into the microphone here at the podium and state your name and address before you begin speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an agenda item on the agenda today, you may do so. But when the council is considering that item, you will not be able to speak on it at that time. So basically, you need to choose one or the other, to speak now or to wait until we get to that item and speak at that time. Citizens' comments is limited to 3 minutes, and on the podium, you will see a timer right underneath the base of that microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left. If you will respectfully keep your little eye on that, but you'll also hear a buzzer in case you don't keep your eye on it, and you'll know the 3 minutes is up. If you have a petition or anything, any kind of information you'd like to hand out to the council, if you'll please give that prior to you getting to the podium to the city secretary, which is to my right, she's to my right, Rebecca Huerta, that would be much appreciated as well. So with that, we will start. Ms. Huerta, do we have phone comment?
Mayor, we don't today.
Oh, we do not?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well then we will go on to you. So first is Melissa Zamora. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, again. My name's Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway. I am here on the subject of a few things, in particular the desalination plans and my disappointment of the council for approving that, as well as acknowledging the 38 commenters that expressed their concern a couple weeks ago regarding the desal budget item. And I just want to mention that a lot of the concerns and the questions that we're bringing up are not based on rhetoric, but based on facts and based on public documents that are out on your websites and within the TCEQ permits. We don't want to be up here speaking to you any more than you don't want to sit here and listen to us. We wish that we lived in a city that put people's health and the environment first, not the oil and gas industry or the Port of Corpus Christi's agenda. I have heard council members and the other oil and gas affiliates that we, being the public commenters and other concerned citizens of this region, that we just want to remain, and I quote, a sleepy old fishing town, and that if we want growth, we need industry, and that the industry is our lifeblood. But I'm here to tell you, it's not. How long have we been on this close relationship with industry? Where has it gotten us? The people that have come before you demanding you look at the bigger picture and the future of our resources, we want progress. We want and deserve better than what we have received from oil and gas industries, corporations. We have suffered the loss of delicate ecosystems, our health, sacred lands and waters, compromising our air quality, contributing to global climate emissions, and we have seen and felt enough. We are tired of fighting for something that should be a given, unalienable right to clean water, air, and land. We want actual progress and change for the betterment of all, not just a chosen few who do not live, breathe, and dedicate our lives to this sacred place. When will you see that there is more to all of this than just money? I'm asking you to lead with integrity and love your community. for the people, plants, and animal relations of this special place. Honor your ancestors and do the right thing. Work for and with the people who voted you into these positions. I also wanted to tell you to be cautious of the blue and green hydrogen that is being brought up through industry. Telling you that we really need to shift our focus of this man-made artificial solutions to our environmental problems. If you are acknowledging that climate change is real and there is an environmental and economic crisis that we're facing because of it, you should also realize that all of these surrounding wetlands, coastlines, and seagrasses all serve as carbon sinks, already capturing the carbon naturally. So if we can put more focus on prevention and less on mitigation, that would be extremely helpful and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Bill Green.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Bill Green. I'm representing Texas A&M Forest Service. I'm the regional forester for South Texas. I'm here to express my support of the ordinance for tree plantings, item 18 on the agenda today, and that I'm available as a resource as the city works on that. And I'd also like to mention that it's really good the city's putting the importance in their management and care of their urban trees and available as a resource. The group earlier mentioned getting outside walking, spending time outside in nature around trees. There's research now that improves our health, and there's a national program, Healthy Trees, Healthy Lives. I'd also like to leave some information for the city on a program, Tree City USA, that with the work that Corpus Christi is doing on managing and caring for their trees, they would be able to join this national program managed by Arbor Day Foundation, and in Texas, managed by Texas A&M Forest Service. And also with me is a local arborist.
Hey, how's it going, city council members? Doing good? I know a couple of you guys, it's pretty cool being up here. I want to thank y'all for taking time out of y'all's other careers and lives to be here and hear our points, and also for the folks out in the seats listening and taking this in consideration. As Bill mentioned, it's better for our health, and he can leave you more information. We can provide more later, but this is kind of I think this is an ordinance that was already put in effect in the 50s, but got kind of knocked down in 2006 when some development overhaul stuff was done. But yeah, there's tons of benefit to it. It's a very cheap investment for a lot of return. Women give birth to heavier babies. Violent crime is lower. Graffiti is lower. Retail districts provide more sales. Tons of benefits to it. Violent crime's reduced. There's all sorts of statistics that would definitely show that putting a couple $100 in everybody's front yard will give us back $20,000 later.
Property values.
Property value, the city's value, parks, recreation, tons of benefit for very, very little bit of money on the front end.
And reduces stress on the stormwater system.
Yeah, shade. I thought one of the interesting facts I learned from Bill years ago was that 1/3 of the entire city is pavement. If you look at it from a bird's eye view, 1/3 of the city is pavement. So if we could cast a little more shade on it, why not? We're not asking for much, and I think we're actually asking for something that's already been done. So we're around. He's a resource. I'm a resource. If there's any intel or data that we can help provide to help streamline this, that'd be fantastic. So I think we're just here to provide our own support and let you know we're here as a resource. So that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record? The gentleman in the gray.
Sorry, it's John Wood. Address is 1122 C Lane with the Tree Amigos.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Do you need my name and
Yeah,
address? It's
yes.
on the information. It's Bill Green, Texas A&M Forest Service, South Texas Regional Forester. My office is in the Clayburgh County Courthouse.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, next would be Larry White.
My name is My name is Larry White, and I live at 5506 Harrison Drive, Corpus Christi. I have a master's degree in chemical engineering and a master's degree in environmental engineering. As a licensed professional engineer, my statements are subject to the Texas Engineering Practice Act. The July 16, 2021 technical memorandum on the Inner Harbor desalination concentration modeling, in my view, is an excellent study on the environmental impact of the brine, with one exception. This study does not show how the waste brine will eventually get out of the channel. The channel flow is back and forth caused by the tide. You have an increment of water at the diffusers, gets the brine, it's pushed up channel with the tide, then comes back to about the same location, and then it gets pushed back up again. This oversimplified description, in this oversimplified description, some of the waste brine can't get out of the channel. In the memorandum, there is no discussion of a flush flow that would get the waste brine out of the channel. The memorandum's Appendix A indicates there might be a flush flow there, which I urge the consultants on this project to look into. The details on how they measured the flow and the hydrology is a little bit outside my area of expertise, so I urge them to take a look at it. Back mixing with the tides and diffusion will eventually get the brine out of the channel, but we don't know how salty the ship channel will get because of the continuous inflow of the waste brine. There is a risk that the long-term salt buildup in the channel will increase corrosion problems and impact the operation of the desalination plant, particularly since the waste brine has to go past the plant intake before reaching Corpus Christi Bay. I support desalination and think the Inner Harbor is an excellent site, except for this one issue. There are several desalination plants planned for this coastal bend area, and we've got to get this first one right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. James Klein.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is James Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'm speaking to you today as the interim chair of the local Sierra Club group here in Corpus Christi. This coming Sunday, I wanted to invite you to an event taking place at the corner of Castores and Staples Streets. This is the 5th annual EV event, or electric vehicle rally here in Corpus Christi. It's going to take place from 1 until 3:30. It's free and open to the public in the parking lot at the Del Mar College Center for Economic Development. I would urge you to come and see some of the 21st century automotive technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Okay, well, that will conclude our public comment. So with that, we will move on to section G. And that would be our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We're going to be passing out a copy of the first item, which is an update on our infrastructure management plan. And I'm going to provide you with the third quarter status update on the work that we're doing in our neighborhood streets. This was at the request of Councilman Molina a couple of quarters ago, so we're glad to be here again giving you a third quarter update. And after that, we'll have Jeffrey West from Education to Employment Partners provide an overview of his program to the City Council. And then we have Sarah Jose, our preserve manager at the Oso Bay Wetlands. She's going to talk to us about Story Walk Trail program that they have. So beginning with the infrastructure management program, the 5-year streets infrastructure management plan was approved for the first time in the city's history by this city council in 2 phases. The first 2 years of the street IMP was approved in October, and then the following 3 years were approved in December 2020. And we know that that's a 5-year rolling plan that gives predictability and visibility and transparency on what streets we do across our community. Our Public Works Department continues to track project completion and reports this on a quarterly basis, as we're doing here this morning. We know that the IMP, the Infrastructure Management Program, consists of 4 programs: preventative maintenance, rehabilitation of streets, reconstruction of streets, and then for the first time, a concrete restoration program. We have that in the 5-year plan as well. So for the status for the third quarter, this is through the third quarter, through June 31, 2020, since October 1 of last year. A total of 137 projects were either in design, in construction, or completed through the third quarter. Of the 137 projects, 93 were completed, 23 are in construction right now, and 21 are in design. So overall, with that number of 137 in some type of either complete status, construction, or design, this represents 40 more projects completed through the third quarter of this year than during the same time frame last year. And that shows that we're making progress in how we do our streets, both in terms of city crews doing them and then our private sector contractors as well. For those 93 projects that were completed, just to talk about those two crews that deliver, the in-house and the contract crews. So 53 projects were completed by our own crews, and then 40 projects were completed by contract crews out there. Now, new this year is the concrete restoration program. This is a new budget initiative that council approved last budget for FY 2021. We had funding to address 3 concrete street maintenance projects, and our in-house engineers did the design work for those, and then we put it out for bid, and City Council approved a contract with a private company to help do those projects. So the 3 projects are Castora's, Bronner to Sunnybrook, and then Castora's, Sunnybrook to SPID. That's a concrete street, so for the first time it will be getting maintenance with this program that exists and will continue to exist moving forward. And then the third project is Staples, Barracuda to Bronner. And overall, as I spoke with the team this morning in Public Works, the message is we're making significant progress in the street maintenance program. We've been addressing projects that were approved in prior fiscal years. And so this year was a case where we're doing our projects that were scheduled for 2021, but also doing a lot of catch-up from prior years when we didn't have the sufficient crews in-house or the contract crews. And so we're doing a much better job than we did just a year ago in the same program area. Okay, so that's the update, and the council has the report. It lists some of the summary on page 1, and then by city council district, each of the projects that are listed in the council district or approved for the council district, including a downtown section. It shows things to include what type of project is it, and the status, the start date, construction, finish date, and the number of miles that were completed or will be completed. Okay, so we're going to move on to our second item, which shifts our focus to education. We know streets are important, but education is important too for the success of a community. And so the mayor and I recently met with this individual who's going to speak to you all this afternoon, Jeffrey West, as well as the Education to Employment's Executive Director, Dr. Janet Cunningham. She's with us today. Thank you for being here. And so the mayor and I recently, at their request, met with Jeffrey and Dr. Cunningham to discuss education opportunities in the community, including our pre-K or early childhood education opportunities that we have here. And both the mayor and I thought it would be beneficial to have them speak to the council. This is a nonprofit that exists right here in Corpus Christi. They serve a bigger region, but if I hadn't met with them and the mayor hadn't met with them, we wouldn't know about them. So we want to give them more exposure to help the education and the community at large know that they're here. So Jeffrey West, who's going to approach the podium, he's the Director of Programs and Operations for the nonprofit called Education to Employment Partners. Currently, Mr. West serves as the Director of Programs and Operations. He works to bring people, information, resources together to improve the quality of education and career development services being offered in our community. It was founded in 2007. This nonprofit was Education to Employment Partners. It's a nonprofit, and it leads the regional P16 Council for the Coastal Bend area, which promotes seamless education pathways for all learners, pre-kindergarten through post-secondary education. that ensure college and career readiness for students within the Coastal Bend region is a reality. Jeffrey has an extensive background in business management and career resources and holds a bachelor's degree in business administration. And he's currently pursuing his master's degree from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So with that, I'm going to turn the podium over to Jeffrey. I did want to acknowledge also that Dr. Miller from Texas A&M and some of her staff is here today, so we're glad you're here today. We know that the goal is solid early childhood education all the way through high school and then all the way to college, and we have a great college here to let some children go there, or our community college. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes a todos. In spirit, Hispanic Heritage Month is awesome celebration this morning and this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Mayor, City Manager Zanoni. Really had a good time speaking with you about everything that we're doing. Mayor Guajardo and City Council members, I have to say thank you for your service. I really do mean that. We appreciate what you do on behalf of our city. So my name is Jeff West. I serve as the Director of Programs and Operations for Education to Employment Partners. Now, many of you know who we are, but I want to share a little bit of our history just to give you a background of how we got to be who we are today. So Education to Employment Partners was formerly known as Citizens for Educational Excellence, and Citizens for Educational Excellence was established as a 501c3 local nonprofit community-based organization by the Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce Foundation back in 2003. And Citizens for Educational Excellence was founded as a way to improve high school graduation rates. The C name was changed earlier this year, January of 2021, to align with the mission and the values and the statement of the organization, which is to bring people and information and resources together for the sake of increasing education and job attainment here in the Coastal Bend, and also, of course, the city of Corpus Christi. And so Education to Employment Partners is our name, a little bit of history to kind of help you understand who we are and how we got here. So led by a 17-member board of directors, Education to Employment Partners establishes post-secondary education and success programming for youth and adults in our community. We also conduct professional development for educators. We lead education initiatives on behalf of stakeholders across the region. And we also provide free education and career resources to Coastal Bend residents. E2E also works with national, state, and local organizations such as the Lumina Foundation, the Trellis Foundation, the Graduate Network, National College Attainment Network, Texas College Attainment Network, and of course the City of Corpus Christi's Education and Workforce Committee. So my goal here today is just to share a brief overview of our programs. As City Manager Zanoni said, we have some things in the works and we're developing some ideas, but I want to share a little bit of an overview of the programming just so you're familiar with what we do, so that you can also be our advocates and look for opportunities for us to expand and collaborate and increase opportunities with our partners. Great partnerships with our higher education institutions, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, A&M Kingsville, and also Coastal Bend College. But we're always looking for more partners in the community, more business partners, more engagement from other stakeholders across the region. So I'm not going to give you all the details of what we do and who we are, right? What I want to do is just share a brief overview. And again, our mission is to bring together people, information, and resources for the sake of increasing education and job attainment in our area. We do that 3 ways. Number 1, we lead the Regional P16 Council. Number 2, we lead Coastal Compass Education and Career Resource Center at La Palmera Mall. And then number 3, we serve as the education designee for the city of Corpus Christi. So real briefly, the P16 Council, as City Manager Zanoni mentioned, the P16 Council is a group of stakeholders from cross-sector collaborative efforts in our region coming together to create seamless education pathways for learners. A lot of programming in the P16 Council, including conferences, a Rooted Alliance Post-Secondary Success Program. I do want to highlight one particular program, which is the Emerging Professionals Internship Program. That is part of our P16 model. The city of Corpus Christi has been a tremendous supporter of our internship program, which provides high school seniors an opportunity to go to work during their senior year from 2 to 5 or some blended schedules and earn a wage. And that program would not be possible without the support of our employers in the community. The city of Corpus Christi, the employer of choice, as we like to call it, has been a very big supporter, and we currently have interns placed throughout departments in the city. Thank you, City Manager Zanoni, for continuing to support that program. And again, over the last 3 years we've done this. It's been a great partnership, and we look to expand that in the future. So number one, we lead the Regional P16 Council. Number two, we lead Coastal Compass Education and Career Resource Center. Such a tremendous place. If you've never been, it is at La Palmera Mall. I always like to say, come by and visit. Let them know that you saw the bearded guy talking about it, and they'll give you a raffle ticket for a referral program or for a drawing at the end of the month. Now, I don't know if city council members can be in that, but you know what? If you have somebody else that wants to come visit, we'd love to have them. But again, Coastal Compass Education and Career Resource Center at La Palmera Mall. One of the few one-stop public education and career resource centers in the country. And our staff and our team there at Coastal Compass really make it our business to ensure that everyone in the Coastal Bend has access to services that are going to improve their lives, that are going to improve the quality of their education, improve the quality of generations behind them. That's really who we are and why we do what we do. So regardless of educational background, regardless of career level, Coastal Compass, our team at Coastal Compass, and also our partners from area institutions and organizations who give their time to come and staff Coastal Compass as a partnership collaborative effort. We are all about guiding you to success and guiding you to your version of success. And so at Coastal Compass, we lead an exciting program called Recapture Your Dream. And again, I'm just sharing a bunch of information with you in the hopes that something will spark an interest or a collaborative opportunity so that after this presentation, you will reach out to us and possibly have a discussion about how we can continue to expand what we're doing in a lot of different areas and sectors. But Recapture Your Dream is a program at Coastal Compass for adults with some college and no degree. Large population here in Corpus Christi and across the region are adults who have been to college before and did not finish for whatever reason, whether it be institutional credits or degree plans, whether it be financial aid, whether it be life and kids and work getting in the way. Our navigators at the Recapture Your Dream program are dedicated to helping folks get to that college degree, get to that technical certification, get to that next step of recapturing their dream of becoming a college graduate. So we want all of our citizens, all of our residents to have post-secondary education. That's our goal, that's our vision, that's our heart. And Coastal Compass and Recapture Your Dream are two examples of programming that we lead that align with that mission. So number one, the Regional P16 Council. Number two, Coastal Compass Education and Career Resource Center. And number three, we serve as the education designee for the city of Corpus Christi. Kind of going back to a little bit of history, and I won't take up too much time. I know I have a time limit, but let me share a little bit of history with you, council members, Mayor Guajardo, City Manager Zanoni. Working in partnership with former Mayor Joe Adame and also Mayor Nelda Martinez, E2E established the Mayor's Education and Workforce Committee. Now, we all know that a skilled, quality workforce is a key driver for economic growth. We understand the value of education as it relates to economic development, workforce development, regional investment from companies coming into the area. So in 2015, to that end, community influencers came together to address this need for increased educational attainment. And this committee was formed. And the committee, again, formed in 2015, was the city's first education and workforce strategic planning committee. And E2E led that charge. And again, through that collaborative effort between the city and regional stakeholders, we developed the strategic plan that is aligned with the state plan of 60% of our population achieving some sort of post-secondary credential, degree, certificate by the year 2030. We're all familiar with Texas 60 by 30 or 60 by 30 Texas. That strategic plan for the city of Corpus Christi aligns with the state plan. And again, the goal is more of our community members having more post-secondary education. 3 priorities, and then I'll close for the Strategic Planning Committee, Strategic Workforce Committee. Number 1, improve awareness and preparation for post-secondary education and careers throughout the P16 system. This is a priority where we're working with City Manager Zanoni to have conversations with Mayor Guajardo as well about how we can establish a pre-K model here in Corpus Christi to give more families access to quality education at the early childhood level. Now, we have some great programming already in the city, but how can we do more? How can we expand that and give more opportunities to our families? Number two, using data to drive decisions and create a compelling call to action. I have to shout out to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, Dr. Jim Lee. They do a great job of data and showing the data through the South Texas Economic Development Group, and we use that data to drive decisions that are related to improving education in our community. And number three, finally, we enhance collaboration and partnerships among education, business, industry, and community organizations. That's what we're doing here today. Just taking a quick couple of minutes to share with you what we're doing, who we are, because there's always opportunities to partner. There's always opportunities to connect. There's always discussions we like to have. Dr. Cunningham and I like to say, we love to hear the crazy ideas. So if you have a crazy idea, if there's an area that you think there might be an opportunity to collaborate in, please reach out to us. We'd love to have your input and love to have your support. So I'll close with this. Education to Employment Partners is a community-based organization. We couldn't do what we do without our partners, our institutional partners, our business partners, our city government partners. And I will say this, that all of this information can be found on our website, e2epartners.org, and my contact information is on there, as well as Dr. Cunningham's contact information. Please feel free to reach out to us or get in contact with us through City Manager Zanoni. I will say this to close. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, to share the information about our organization, but also I look forward to collaboration. I look forward to hearing from you. We look forward to discussing more opportunities with you, how we can elevate the work we're doing here in the city of Corpus Christi. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the invitation. I think I went a couple minutes over, but I appreciate your patience and I appreciate you listening. God bless all of you. God bless Corpus Christi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. That was great. We're still going to do lunch sometime, right? Yeah, okay. Good. And then keeping on the theme of education, one final quick presentation is about the Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve Story Walk. Earlier this month, the city's Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve and Learning Center launched their newest project called a Story Walk Trail. And story walks are a way to bring books outdoors, allowing families to read one page at a time as they walk along a designated path. This project was completed through a grant from the National Parks and Recreation Association. And with us today to present an overview of Story Walk Trail is Sarah Jose. She's our program manager at the city's beautiful Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve and Learning Center in City Council District 4. The Oso Bay Preserve, just to give it a quick overview, is a 162-acre property on the south side, serving approximately 64,000 visitors on the trails each year and 25,000 visitors in the Learning Center. Neiman Young and myself, or I recently toured the preserve with staff and several community leaders as well, and I must say it's a beautiful facility. I'm glad I went there because it's not where I usually travel, and the tour, though, gave me the opportunity to see some of the features and some of the one-of-a-kind, beautiful views that exist. And I know that working with Councilman Smith, we're going to look to see if we can improve the trail system as a project in our next bond program. But a beautiful asset for those that haven't gone there. I recommend you go check it out, spend a Saturday or an evening there. So Sarah has been with the city since May 2015, and she was hired to write curriculum for the Learning Center's opening, which took place in March 2016. So she's been with us for many years. Sarah, we're glad you're with us. Sarah's background is in marine biology and science education, and it gives her the skills necessary to facilitate land management and educational and recreation programming at the preserve. So Sarah, we're going to listen to you about that story walk.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for having me this morning, Peter. As he said, I'm Sarah Jose, and I am the site manager at the Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve. Our mission specifically within the Parks Department is to enhance our community understanding for the need to preserve our natural resources. And we do that through access and education, so giving people a chance. If you haven't been out to visit, we've got a map here. We are on the south side, maybe. Next. There we go. But 162 acres between Holly and Woldridge Road, kind of between North Oso Parkway and Paul Jones. So that is a nice trail infrastructure system, lots of overlooks outside of just our public building. So great place for people to come out and explore. Next image, please, is the variety of wildlife that the preserve supports. What's really cool about our site and our space is we're completely within city limits, but we support a wide variety of animals, plants. We've had over 270 species of birds documented on site, and between plants and animals, over 1,600 species. So lots of good things to see if you come out. All of these photos were taken on preserved property for those of you who can see the images in the presentation. Our programs right now are obviously a little bit modified for COVID. Programs in blue are those that are still occurring and we've been able to kind of keep going. Others we do have modified for safety. One of those is our building hours. While we would love to get back to being open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5. Right now, we're closed on Mondays to protect our preschool program, who's been able to resume as of yesterday. So they had their first course yesterday, and that gives the young audience that hasn't had a chance to choose to be vaccinated or not sole use of our building, so they can be a little more protected. So we were really excited about this opportunity to put together our story walk because it is completely outdoors and it's going to be one of our self-guided programs. And so this means families who maybe aren't ready to be around others actually have a chance to come out on their own, be in their group they've kind of either been self-quarantining with or isolating with, or if a larger group has started to get together, they can use it. And so the funding came through our Heart Your Park grant, which is our partnership with the National Park and Rec Association. And part of the funding went to them to work on this national resource called Engaging Diverse Groups and Building Community Resiliency Through Stewardship. And so about increasing volunteers at nature conservation sites, especially in municipal parks departments, with youth that represent the community well. I think Hispanic Heritage Month is a great time to be talking about this. We know the privileged people who normally volunteer with us tend to skew older and whiter. They have the time and the resources to come help us, but they're not our entire community, they're just a part of it. And so this resource that NRPA wrote with Justice Outside can help other departments like ours figure out what it means to invite youth into their programs as volunteers and as stewards of their property. So it worked for us as a new partnership with the Islander Green Team. A&M Corpus Christi students came out over a series of events. And then that work has been highlighted in this month's issue of Parks and Recreation magazine. But that work all culminated in redoing our sensory trail, which was initially funded by some similar funding, into a story walk. So we had mulch bed planters already. They used to be themed by plants you could smell, plants you could touch, plants with interesting shapes and colors, those you cooked with, and those that either made noise or attracted bugs that did. But instead, we have now planted them with a wide variety of native pollinator-friendly flowers, those that maybe you might want to install at home that will attract wildlife and be sort of interesting. And we know they do well at our site. They're things we've trialed elsewhere in our greenery efforts. And then the big funding part went to these signs you can see here. There are 18 panels. Within them, you can put in pages of a book. So as our family walk this nice quarter-mile trail, they actually have a chance to read an entire story. Our first one is called On Meadowview Street. It's about a young girl named Caroline who moves into a new house. The street is Meadowview Street, and she wants to know if there's a meadow. There's not, but she makes one, starting with the first flower in her yard all the way to her dad sells the lawnmower, and I'll leave the rest for you to come out and read our book. But we're going to be switching out our story every quarter. And so again, this is a great way for literacy practice. You know, we love to read to kids, but it's an outside story time. Math, you know, the signs are numbered. So our first family I watched go through was like, Mom, we need to go find sign number 3 next. Okay, we need to go find sign number 4. So just practicing that nature awareness. And then the good bright colors from the flowers and plants. So very excited to have that project and have it opened. We've already learned one lesson with our recent tropical storm hurricane, which is our pages need to be laminated. So our book is on its way back to us to get kind of fixed up. But the trail is open and it's ready to walk, and I invite you and then the community to come out and explore that. We're really excited about this new opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Councilman Smith has a comment.
Yeah. Thank you. And Sarah, I can't tell you how much we appreciate your passion and That's truly a South Texas gem, is our nature preserve. Going out there, it's always an enjoyable trip with it. But for councils at Flower Bluff, there's a trestle. It goes between Flower Bluff and the nature preserve, and the Flower Bluff community has been working hard to get a tie-in there with it. They're working right now with staff for a $200,000 grant. They just received another grant from the they've received 2 grants and working on a third. They just received a National Park Service grant to be able to broaden the nature preserve up and truly an asset for our city. Where else can you find kind of native South Texas, and you've got it so well marked, Sarah, on there. And then the facility itself, your small museum and the lecture area and a playground. So it's much more with it. And like you said, I think everybody ought to take a trip out to the nature preserve, because it is South Texas as it was a couple of 100 years ago with it. But and I'd like Dante, Lisa, thank you for your help as we move forward trying to broaden the nature preserve and making it make this great nature preserve even better. But thank you for the presentation and the great work.
Great, thanks again, Sarah. And Mayor and Council, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Okay, Ms. Webster, we have boards and committee appointments.
Yes, ma'am. I'll let them know to turn that up, Mayor. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
So, Mayor and Council, the boards for your consideration are the Corpus Christi B, otherwise known as the Type B Corporation, and the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development, otherwise known as the Type A Corporation. There are 3 vacancies on each board, and historically the same persons serve on both the Type A and B boards. At the September 14th council meeting, a motion to reappoint Scott Harris, John Balls, and Alan Wilson to the Type A and B boards was tabled by the council, pending a legal opinion to clarify the eligibility of Mr. Balls, which has been cleared. So at this time, Mayor, a motion to remove this motion to reappoint from the table is in order. So we need a motion to remove that motion from the table, a second, and pass it, and then it's before the body again.
Okay, motion to remove.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so my motion still, I thought we had said my motion is still on the table.
Yes, sir, it is. And we're just
So-
removing it from the table. It was tabled.
Oh,
So
remove
now
it
we're
from the table.
removing it from the table.
And then
Yes,
we'll
sir.
start over. Okay, well, we've got a light on here.
Okay.
So let me, Mr. Hernandez, your comment?
Yes, sir.
No, I'd like to hear from the attorney as to the explanation. That way there's, explanation to the audience, not just to ourselves.
Okay, the attorney reviewed the attorney general opinions in cases that are outstanding and found an attorney general opinion that mentions that Type A and Type B corporate directors are not considered officers for purpose of dual office holding prohibitions in state law.
Say that again. Sir, I'm sorry, you.
Type A and Type B corporation directors are not considered officers for purposes of the dual office holding provisions in state law.
Okay, therefore, he can serve on both. Or
There's no obstacle on our end. Now, if there was a determination that if anybody did have a pre-existing position as another officer, the appointment to the new position actually would still be valid. That would simply constitute a resignation from the old board. But in this case, it appears that they're not public officers, and the dual office holding provision is not violated.
Okay. Mr. Pesley, yes.
Miles, in your research, did we, and I understand that part of it, but did we clarify this question that we've had more than once now about, other than Type A and Type B corporations, people who want to serve on 2 committees that both have taxing authority, regardless of whether it's ad valorem tax or sales tax? Did you clarify that issue?
No, we only looked at that single issue, which was the Type A and Type B corporation. The broader issues that you're discussing, we can talk about those separately and review those issues, but
Peter, I'd like to request we do that. That question has come up more than once since I've been here, and I've only been here 9 months.
Okay, well, I'll work with Miles on that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm looking on this table thing. I would hope that we could vote on them individually as opposed to as a slate.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we just need to take it off the table so we can proceed with that. Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the whole purpose of me continue with my motion is to, I'm removing it from the table so that we can vote on it.
We are going to vote on it. There's a request, though, to do it separately. We can amend it and then vote on them individually. That's what he's asking to do.
So once we clear the table, then I can make a motion to amend the current motion to vote them on vote them
Right, if you
individually.
object to having them voted on individually, is that,
Yeah,
is that
that would be my objection.
Okay, well, let's put it back on the table. We need to first put it out there, and then I guess we're going to amend it where we're going to vote on them individually.
Motion to untable.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Any further discussion? Can you turn your light off, sir? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
That's Mr. Hunter.
Okay, the motion carries. So now we're back
Yeah,
to
we've got
square
them
one.
all on here at one time.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend to vote on them individually as opposed to a slate.
So does there need to be a motion to vote on them individually?
Well, because right now they're being voted on as a group,
I
so.
I see.
Yes, you
can I
did,
object
so, I mean,
Aye.
I don't see a problem with voting on, you have an issue with voting on them
Yeah, I want to vote them
individually?
as slate.
Well, we have a motion in a second. Why don't we proceed with that?
Well, if I can't amend it, then I won't ever get a chance to get a vote on it individually.
You can
So
vote
if he's
against
voting on a slate, so I guess what I'm asking is I need a second so we can vote on them individually.
Okay.
But once again, can I object to that, or we'll vote on it?
Well, that's an emotion to amend.
Okay.
And it was seconded, so we're going to have to, we'll proceed with that.
Mr. Smith has comment.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit confused. I thought we kind of changed what we were doing a few meetings ago to do the amendments after we voted on the emotion. So are
We
we going
did.
back?
Well, the motion's back there on the table. That is the motion, right?
I
To
know, but-
reappoint the three. So
but-
now we're amending it to do it individually.
But I guess what I'm saying, several council meetings ago, we said we're going to vote on motions and then later, afterwards, vote to amend.
Well, it wasn't to vote on them. It was just to do a motion and a second to bring it before the body.
Okay, and I guess I'm just confused about that, because we kind of switched our normal practice, what we're talking about here, to motions first, amendments second.
Okay, I've got the memo. If you want me to read
Okay.
it again on what we were doing, I'm happy to.
And I'm sorry to interject. So I can't object to the amendment. I can't object to the amendment.
Well, it's a motion and a second. We're going to vote on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the answer is I can't. I can object to it, but I can't stop it from.
No, we're going to, yeah, we can proceed.
We can proceed.
And then if it fails, then we just move forward.
I'll just read the memos, so for time purposes, let's vote it.
Yeah, we can make a motion to approve an item, and then if it's second, we enter into discussion and debate, which is what we're in right now. And then once discussion and debate, once we have that, then someone can offer a motion to amend.
So now's the time, we've just had the discussion, now's the time for the motion.
Which is what he's doing,
So it was a little, we didn't have the discussion first.
On the motion to approve, to reappoint the
Right,
three, we
yeah.
can have it now.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, let's vote, I'm fine.
I'm fine with
Okay.
voting.
We are voting for clarity. We are voting.
On the amendment.
He's asking that we vote on them independently.
Right.
He's asking for an amendment to vote on them independently, so that could
I
either
mean,
pass or fail.
individually. opposed to a
Individually,
slate.
correct. Mhm.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. No further discussion. Mr. Pestle, can you please turn your light off? Oh, you do have a, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I can't keep up with your lights between y'all.
Mayor, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so Rebecca, I'm
Yes, sir.
confused about why we're voting on these as a slate. We normally don't do that. I mean.
We do it often.
I mean,
We do it very often to vote on them as a slate.
Well, no, wait a minute. Let me say this. When we do these board appointments, if there are several people who are up for reappointment, we have made the motion to go ahead and do that. It
Right.
doesn't mean we have to.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so we could vote on them individually.
Yes, sir, that's what's
Okay.
being requested right now.
Just for clarification, Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
so.
Yeah. Well. we
Well,
need a
I-
motion and
point
a
of order.
second.
You know,
No,
it's
no, no,
really-
Hold on, let
it-
Rebecca, it's a parliamentary question.
On how to vote, we can do a motion to amend the main motion, right? But let's see if there's an objection to voting on them individually. I would, just so the body
Okay.
can make that determination.
Okay, so we have motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor of voting as a,
Voting separately. on
separately,
them.
individually?
Individually, yes, ma'am.
Please say aye.
You want a roll call? Okay.
Mhm.
So for passage of the motion to amend this where we vote on them individually, Councilmember Smith,
No.
Barrera,
No.
Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
No.
Lerma,
Aye.
Martinez, Molina,
Aye.
Pesley, and Mayor Guajardo.
No.
Okay, there's 5 votes. So that means it passes. We're going to go ahead and do them individually.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to reappoint Scott Harris.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
I make a motion to appoint Alan Wilson.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 I move to appoint
Any
John Balls.
opposed, hang on, any opposed say no. The motion carries.
I move to appoint John Balls.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure.
Okay, so for passage of the motion to reappoint Mr. Valls, Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Hernandez,
No.
Hunter,
Aye.
Lerma,
No.
Martinez, Molina,
Aye.
Pesley, Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, that will take us to section J, our consent agenda, items 3 through 13. Do we have any requests from council to pull any of the items individually for consideration?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 12 and 13, please.
Item number 12 and 13 by Mr. Smith. Anyone else have anything to pull?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 11.
Number 11 by Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Zanoni, yes.
We're going to pull for consideration at a future council meeting, item number 6. There's
Okay.
some issues with the naming of the firm, so we'll take
Okay,
it
we'll
off
just
this
pull that
agenda
one?
and bring it back, yes.
Okay. Anything else for consideration and discussion?
Mayor, I would like to pull item number 5.
Number 5, Mr. Molina. Anyone else? We have item number 11, 12, 13, and 5. I should say 5, 11, 12, and 13.
Yes, Mayor, I wanted to pull 6, 7, and 8. If staff is pulling number 6, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
But I'd like to at least be able to make a comment on that. If you're going to bring it back, my comments may be pertinent to your redesign of the wording.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
So
you.
can we do that if we're pulling it from the agenda, though? We're not, it's not on the agenda. I mean, you're pulling it from the
Yeah.
agenda, so I don't know, how can we have conversation, can we
Well,
have
that's
discussion
true.
on it?
I
Then
can
I'm-
get with you offline, Councilman Pusley.
Pardon?
I can get with you offline.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so no other number? All right. Oh, you have 7 and 8. Okay, 7 and 8. Let's just pull the whole agenda. All right. So let's see, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of everything, of items number 11, 12, 13, number 5, number 7, and number 8.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Zanoni, can you turn your light off, please? Mr. Zanoni, can you turn your light off, please? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. So we are item number 5? Is that right? Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Markle, Chief of Police. Item 5 is a grant from the Texas State in the amount of $182,000 for traffic enforcement. I stand by for any questions.
Yeah, no, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
thank you, Mayor. Chief Markle, City Manager, I've been a proponent of the Vision Zero program, and I know that that's something that we are working on internally with our city staff. How will this ordinance here, or this agenda item here, impact the Vision Zero program?
I think everything cooperatively, synergistically adds to your Vision Zero. This is for overtime, fringe benefits for drunk driving, speed step, clicker, seat belt, all of those things that impact the way we drive. Of course, Vision Zero is an engineering initiative to lower the probability of these intersections or crosswalks and things that are not well lighted, and those types of things to better improve our pedestrian accidents. So anything we can do to work together and
I think there's a tie in there, since there's some verbiage in there that discusses distracted driving, which can not only mean people on cell phones, but also people eating, women putting on makeup.
Yeah, that's true. Eating, driving, and eating. Yeah, there's all kinds of distracted driving. Anything. Yeah.
No
It's an actual charge in Europe. Yeah.
No comment from the peanut gallery up here. Yeah. Well, I appreciate your work and your diligence in moving this forward, and I would like to make a motion to approve.
Bet you would. Okay, do we have a second? Oh, I'm sorry, we've got some questions here.
Sure.
Councilman Pusley.
Chief, this is a great program, and I'm happy to see you are available to receive those funds. I would like to ask, and maybe Councilman Lerma can chime in on this. We need a little traffic support by your department from Corn Products Road out to the 5 Points on 37. I've always told people, if you wanted to practice for entering the Indianapolis 500, that's a good stretch to do it on. I'm always jealous when I drive Padre Island Drive out toward the island, because you guys have a strong presence there. And we need a little presence like that on that strip of 37, especially in the afternoons. It gets pretty ridiculous.
I don't disagree.
And I know you guys are stretched very thin.
Sure.
I understand that.
But we need to be there. You're correct. The COVID initiatives and those types of things, and it did pull our ability to be out on the freeways. I'm a big proponent of freeway enforcement. You do see it a lot heading to the island, especially in the summer months. That's where most of your traffic is, and a lot of our youth are driving out to the island, toward the island, and we want to make sure that we're slowing them down.
Yeah.
But point well taken, and I'll push them out that direction.
Okay,
Councilman.
thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to elaborate on what the chief said, and Councilman Molina's been a strong supporter of Vision Zero. It's about 2 years that the city's adopted this program. It's a nationwide, actually worldwide initiative. And the chief mentioned engineering, but part of the program is just what we're doing today, which is talking about safety on the roads. The more a community talks about it and puts money towards it, the better. So the goal for Vision Zero is 0 deaths on our roadways, sidewalks, and in Corpus Christi, it includes the waterways. We're a unique city that has that in our program as well. So the goal is to have pedestrians that may be walking, maybe on a bike, have slight to no chances of getting hit by a vehicle. This happens in our city, it happens across the state. Things like distracted driving, as we talked about, this STEP program will help that. Driving while intoxicated, same thing, that'll help save lives. Not only for those that are walking or maybe on a bicycle or a skateboard, but also the drivers themselves. Somebody on a motorcycle, somebody in a motor vehicle. Our goal is 0 deaths of persons on our transportation systems, our roadways, sidewalks, and even our waterways. So we want to thank the council, Councilman Molina especially, for adopting this program. And it's one that we have resources now for the second year in a row at a much greater scale in our budgets, and the amount of $900,000 to do some infrastructure improvements as well, along with things like this initiative that'll help on the observation side. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Chief
Thank
Markle,
you.
thank you.
Thank
Councilman
you, well
Lerma,
said.
I'm sorry.
Nope, one more,
Councilman
okay.
Lerma, yes, sir.
I just want to reiterate what Councilman Puzley said, especially around 5 o'clock. I've driven in that traffic going home, and that freeway gets very, very, there's some radical drivers. There's no question about it. You know, as a matter of fact, I was in an accident many years ago because somebody cut in front of me, and I had to slam my brakes on, and unfortunately my brakes locked when I did that, and I wound up hitting a vehicle because of that. So there's a lot of speedsters out there, Chief. I would greatly appreciate it, whatever help you can give us out in that area.
No doubt. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Markle. Okay, we'll go on to item number 7. And item number 7 is a motion authorizing a
We
3.
didn't vote, Mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
We have a
okay.
motion and a second on the floor. We just need the vote.
Okay, great. And we're done with discussion. We do have a, right. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So item number 7 is a motion authorizing a 3-year supply agreement with 2 additional 1-year periods option with GP Transport, Inc. of Gregory, Texas for sandy loam soil for the Public Works stormwater operations.
Hi, Mayor, Council. This is to supply a 3-year contract with 2 years additional for sandy loam. This is just to use for backfill on curbs and gutters when we're replacing curb and gutters and sidewalks.
Okay.
I'll wait any questions that you may have.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Mr. West.
just a real quick question. I noticed we only had one bidder, and I understand trucking is a big issue right now. But with this one bidder and the way the contract is structured, you're essentially committing a 5-year contract to one bidder. And I just wonder if that's the most pertinent thing to do.
It is because you can lock the prices in for the next 5 years. Now, I understand about the cost of transporting the sandy loam. Every year that we go by, we take a look at what is the contract established, and then we'll take a look at what the costs are. But it does increase every year that we go, and we've done it several times. On the last contract that we had, it went up $5, $7 per ton.
So this locks the contract in?
This
for the
locks
fi-
the contract for that case, sir.
Okay.
And
All
we've
right.
done several amendments to the previous contract as well.
Okay, I'm good. Motion to approve.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you.
Was there a motion and a second? Okay, good. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. That was item number 7, so we will move on to item number 8. And item number 8 would be a motion authorizing a 1-month service agreement with Ryder ABC and AS Associates Incorporated of Corpus Christi, Texas, in the amount not to exceed $77,675 for performing improvements along rights of way in North Beach. Period. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Dante Gonzalez, interim director, Parks and Recreation. So this is the North Beach right-of-way improvements. Previously, the Parks and Recreation had done one section of North Beach, and it came out really nice. So now what we're doing is we're extending all of the work that we've done, and here's a couple of pictures to show you the design concept that we currently have of installing the wood kind of short fence, as well as some granite being poured on that area. It's kind of like zero escaping.
Yeah, my only comment was, this is an area, and I think the landscaping ideals are great, and you're right, the first one turned out really nice. But this is North Beach, susceptible to low tide flooding, those kinds of things, and decomposed granite does not hold up very well under those conditions. The rock does, it weathers pretty well, but the decomposed granite will wash. And I just wanted to make that comment, that even when you compact it, and I don't have a landscape license, I want to make that, but I've used that personally a number of times, and I finally gave up on it because it washes so badly. So I just want to say, before we go spend a bunch of money on decomposed granite, you may want to look at that option, especially in an area that is susceptible to flooding.
Okay.
Right.
And is that, these pictures here, Dr. Gonzalez, what is that? Is that the granite? Or
Yes,
that-
this is the granite,
that's it?
and this is the design concept that is going to go on various sections of that.
It's beautiful. I mean, it looks very nice when you put it down. There's no doubt about it.
Well, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering, the wooden,
Right, yeah. And
the border, would that solve it if it went all the way around?
that'll help a little bit. So it's a mix of, there's several pictures that Dr. Gonzalez had. One was heavier rock, so it's not all decomposed granite. And a few of the beds, there'll be decomposed granite just to break it up a little bit. And then there's the rocks that he saw. I think most of it's probably the bigger rock.
Right.
And then there's a few of the medians, you can see on this picture, the red lines indicate the whole perimeter. So fortunately, this year, we had no tidal inundation. The flooding happens if there's a coastal event and the waters come over the beach. Last year, that happened twice with Hurricane Hannah and one of the tropical storms. We've been fortunate this year where it hasn't happened. So I think the recommendation is a combination of, we want something that looks nice for the tourists and our own residents. The rocks look okay, but that decomposed granite does have a nice offset. And we do recommend
Well,
that.
it adds color, I realize that. So
Right.
I just offering that as a suggestion.
No, yeah, we appreciate that. If we had landscaping, grass or shrubs, that would be subject to destruction as well from some type of tidal event. So I think it's just the nature of where we live. We have to recognize that we may have to replenish landscaping, whether it's rock or plants.
That's correct.
But I actually asked for this to be done because that road was done a couple of years ago, and the landscaping looks terrible. And that's the tourist drive. It's where the beach is, right? And so the Texas State Aquarium and the Lexington appreciated the initial work we did, but we
Yeah,
said, let's do the
looks
whole
nice.
thing. So
Okay.
we appreciate it, Councilman Pusley. We'll
Absolutely.
monitor it.
Motion to approve.
Well, we've got Mr. Hernandez. It's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to reiterate what Councilman Pusley said was my first reaction when I saw that, the items that would wash away easily. Is there any possibility of doing it all in rock instead of that crushed granite?
Well, I know
Right,
that
go to the next slide over. See how you have the flagstone there with the,
That's something we can look into, sir. But again, we were trying to go for the, we're trying to go for the aesthetics. So that's why
well,
we.
I understand, and I agree with Councilman Pusley. You know, I like the way it looks, and the flagstones look wonderful. A lot of that stuff is going to wash away. You know, I look, and I don't have a landscape architect license either, but, you know, just going from what I do at my own home, the stuff washes away.
Yes, sir.
And, but I've had most luck with river rock. It stays there. So, I just, you know, if it's something for longevity, I think you know, if this has the opportunity to get washed away, and there is some concern there. I don't know if you can look at, you know, whoever designed this and see if they can use heavier stones there to keep it there.
Yes, sir. We definitely can talk with the designer, talk with the supplier, and see if we can include more of the heavier rock.
Or like a gravel or something.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll second the motion.
Well, we've got comments, gentlemen. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. And I think in that area, the concerns about washing away, whatever we put there, if we get that inundation on there with the velocity of the waves, it's kind of like what we saw at Bob Hall Pier, concrete, asphalt, they all wash away with it. So whether you go with river rock or you go with crushed granite, if we get where it's close to the bay, it's not going to make a difference. It's easier to clean up the crushed granite than it is river rock if it's scattered from there back to 181 with it. And I do have in my business about an acre of crushed granite on there. We've had a real good experience with it. So we use it in parking areas and other common areas on there. So I don't have any issue with the crushed granite. And like I say, anything in where you're planting it there, if we get a Harvey or something like that, it's going to wash away. Even concrete will undermine if you pave it over with concrete. When you're 2 feet above sea level and 100 feet from the bay, it's going to be destroyed.
Yeah. I like that little border. I think that would do a whole lot of good. But either way, y'all consider that and
Correct. We'll go back, we'll
charge
consider
forward.
some of that.
Mr. Presley, do you have a?
Yeah, I just want to say, I have 2 properties here in Corpus Christi where I've used this and a lake house. And between those 3 properties, I've bought several tons of decomposed granite. And I fought it for 3 or 4 years and finally gave up and converted it all to river rock. Because an average 2-inch rain will wash a bunch, it just kept going down the street. So
Yeah.
it doesn't take much, but anyway.
Okay. Well, and as we grow, I know this wasn't something, Mr. Zanoni, was it, that was, we're lucky to be able to do this right now in terms of the budget. But I think moving forward, all these points are very good. And we can take that
Absolutely.
into consideration. Again, I love the border. Thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez
We do?
seconded.
Okay, great. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And that will take us over to item number 11. Mr. Hernandez, you pulled this one. Item number 11 is a resolution authorizing a 3-year agreement with Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership for ozone program to address issues related to air quality in the amount of $25,000 annually. Mr. McGinn.
Good afternoon, Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. We actually had a presentation on this item, if you wanted to.
Yes, actually, the reason I wanted to have that with presentation because of a lot of the public comment that we've had recently and some of the good information that's in this presentation and the report itself about our reduction in ozone over the last several years. And I kind of wanted to have that in open session for the record. So if you, please.
Yeah. Well, this next item is a resolution authorizing a 3-year agreement with the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership to address issues related to air quality in the region. So with us today, we have the interim director of that group, Gretchen Arnold, and some of the interim board members. Sharon Lewis-Murphy, our environmental affairs manager, is with us today, Sarah Garza, and Trent Thigpen. Gretchen has a brief presentation covering some of the activities the partnership has completed here in the region, along with how this new formalized organization will function moving forward. So with that, I'll pass it over to Gretchen.
Thank you, Mr. McGinn.
Good afternoon. I'm Gretchen Arnold, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. I've made presentations to y'all in the past, some as council members, some as former commissioner members for the County of Nueces, on what had been for a long time the Corpus Christi Air Quality Group. About a year and a half or so ago, we changed the name of the group to the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership to more accurately reflect what our regulatory airshed is. The TCEQ and EPA define the Corpus Christi urban airshed as all of Nueces County and all of San Patricio County. This first slide that I'm bringing before you, which is a little bit of background information, I generally kind of go through pretty quickly when I'm having to provide briefings on what the group is all about, but I think it's important to note that on this first slide, when the group was initially established back in 1995, it was in this room with the Corpus Christi City Council and Mayor and leadership that the Corpus Christi Air Quality Group was established. At that time, our airshed received a pretty stern warning from the chair of TCEQ at that time that we were very close to violating national ambient air quality standards set forth by the EPA for ozone. And that was a road that leadership really did not want the community to go down. I'll get into a little bit more information on the adverse effects of no longer being compliant with ozone standards in a moment. But I wanted to raise before this group my appreciation and the group's appreciation, who's been in existence now for 26 years from this very room, the insight and the vision and the leadership that the City of Corpus Christi has demonstrated for this group from its inception to this day. This is just a map of what I was speaking to you about a moment ago. This is actually the Corpus Christi Urban Airshed, and it's important as I go through this presentation that we keep in mind what the footprint of this urban airshed is, especially as we look further over towards San Patricio County and the development and the activities that are happening now and some of the stresses that can be pushed on our attainment status as a result of the things that are going on in our community now that we would not have thought were happening if in this room 26 years ago. So with various emissions inventories, research, and studies that we've done in the past, we have determined that, and this is an important message to take home, we do have contributors to the ozone precursors in our community, and it's very easy for folks to think this is an industry problem, this is something industry has created, industry needs to fix it. That's not really the case. What we need to realize as a community and take it upon ourselves is that about 30% of what causes ozone in our community is how we all get around. Do we drive our truck everywhere we go? Do we ever participate in public transportation? Do we use alternative methods of transportation? We, as a community, live in a community where we are all responsible for the quality of the air that we breathe. Some of the things that the partnership has accomplished are noted before you here. Anti-idle programs with a lot of our stakeholders. One of our stakeholders with Mr. Thigpen here with the Pollution Prevention Partnership at Texas A&M Corpus Christi has a program where they provide free emissions checks of vehicles that are on our roadways. They get additional environmental funding to pay for repairs to polluting vehicles if they check to make sure that they get back up to clean standards. One of the things that's important to point out with all of these accomplishments that have happened right now, these have all been on a voluntary basis. You read about other communities such as Houston, Dallas, now San Antonio that have slipped into non-attainment. They don't get to pick and choose what they do now to get their emissions into a favorable state with EPA. Now they're required with expensive mandates to do things that are beyond what they planned on doing to get back into compliance. We have the luxury to be a voluntary group and voluntarily take on the programs that we think make the most sense for our area. But the voluntary point that I'm making to you now gets a little bit more important here in a moment. But for right now, let's look at our ozone trending, as Councilmember Hernandez brought up a moment ago. We, as a voluntary group, without being under the harsh mandates of a non-attainment community, have been very successful as a result of some of these initiatives that we pointed out to you a moment ago at keeping a handle on our ozone attainment standards, still being compliant. What's an impressive story about our airshed that I think is probably unique in pretty much the United States is if you look at where we began and our ozone numbers were higher, we're trending down, that upper stair-step line that you see is actually where the EPA has made harsher standards that we must comply with on 3 different occasions since our group came into existence. And even though it's a tighter condition that we have to comply with, we're still compliant with ozone standards as a result of the group and the efforts that we've done. So there is an economic impact, and this was why City Council was, we've got to take charge and do something 26 years ago. Well, now I'm back 26 years later. We've got to take charge. We've got to do something. There's an economic impact to no longer complying with ozone standards. We are much more of a robust community now than we were 26 years ago in terms of vehicles that are on the road, in terms of industrial development that's taking place now and into the future, small businesses encouraging families and people to come to our community. All these things are great, but they also create air emissions. Thanks to an agreement that the Port of Corpus Christi had with Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, I'm going to sing Dr. Jim Lee's praises for the second time we've been here this morning. They were able to provide a study for us, for the air quality group. What would our airshed look at? Not as a nationally based assigning variables and numbers, but our community, what we do, the permits we pull, the way we live, how is our airshed going to be affected if we no longer attain standards for ozone? This is why we're undergoing the critical action we are now, and I'll get back to this slide in just a moment. So here's the sobering news that we got back from Dr. Lee. Should we fall into what's called a non-attainment designation for ozone standards, we no longer attain acceptable levels for ozone, our community, not just generally some community in the United States, our community will see harsh economic mandates come our way to the tune of $500 million to about $1.7 billion a year. Where it really starts turning ugly is when you realize that once you're designated as non-attainment, you cannot be redesignated as an attainment community for a minimum of 23 years. That's a 3-year rolling average period to get back into attainment, and then 2 10-year maintenance periods. So if we had, let's say, okay, we got to enjoy your gorgeous son earlier today, Mayor Guajardo. He will be a grandfather before he ever sees another day in an ozone attainment community if we were to be designated tomorrow. These are not the kind of legacies we want to leave for our community. This is not the way our community wants to grow. And we want to grow. If we no longer attain acceptable levels of ozone standards, we are not going to be the attractive area for folks to want to do business, come, play, live, and work in. So, when I was talking about voluntary initiatives, right now, since the day this group was formed until very recently, we were a volunteer group. As a matter of fact, for the last several years, we were being run out of somebody's home, staying on top of ozone standards, getting the news out, getting the information out, pulling stakeholders together. That was our strategic plan for keeping our airshed in attainment of ozone standards, and we realized with this community effort, which has been very successful, but very challenged to continue to be successful, that we really needed to grow past being a voluntary group to a formalized organization with a structure, a full-time executive director, full-time dedicated funding, a board of directors, a strategic plan that looks far enough out and is funded far enough out to where we know we as a community can count on it. These are some of the things that we're working on to transition our group from the volunteer organization that it has been to a full-time organization that it is now. We currently have a job posting out for an executive director. We're formulating our board of directors now. We've got our bylaws passed. We're in the process of the 501c3 organization approval. And we're well on our way to getting ourselves established as a full-time dedicated organization. And we're coming back to the city to update you on where we are. This is our transition team here. Where we are, how we are trying to make the critical strategic decision to move from a voluntary group run from a home to a formalized, structured organization that this community can count on to be there and be funded with a solid plan 20, 30 years down the road. It's an important decision. It's a critical decision. And we're here before you today to ask the city to continue to be the visionary supporters that you've been since the first day that this particular group came into inception. These are some of the things that the transition team has accomplished over the last year to become a full-time organization. We're doing well with going back to the folks that have supported us from the beginning and obtaining increased levels of support and the financial needs that we will need to be able to move ahead as a full-time organization. This is a general operating budget that we would be operating under. There are project expenses above and beyond that operating budget that are being addressed and part of the strategic plan that we've built out. This is a basic operating budget that you're looking at. However, there will be significant expenses beyond that in terms of emissions inventories, where we can determine where our emissions fluctuate, where they are, and how we work with our unique system and our unique airshed to make sure that we have a successful future for the organization. this is where we are right now in terms of the commitments that we've approached folks for, and we're looking forward to visiting with the city of Corpus Christi and a memorandum of agreement for a $25,000 level of support for a minimum of 3 years.
Well, Gretchen, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
That's-
okay. I
that's
thought
all
it
we
sounded
have.
like you were finished. I just want to thank you personally for all the time you've put in. I know you have personally just done so much. This is a great endeavor, and I'm very supportive. We've got a couple of comments, but I just want to thank you because you work alongside many others. Sharon, you work very hard. There's a
I
team.
work with a great board.
A great group, yes.
We just, for over a year, this board, Trent with A&M
Yeah,
Corpus Christi,
yes.
Sarah with the Port of Corpus
Well, why don't
Christi, and
y'all
the city's
stand?
Sharon
There
Bailey
you are,
Murphy.
Sarah, Trent,
This is my board.
Sharon. Who else is here? Who?
That's it. That's it. We're the team.
Oh, yeah. There you are. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Pusley, you have a comment?
Gretchen, thank you. Great report. And I'm
you.
glad Councilman Hernandez brought this up because I too felt like that there were some important things that the community needed to hear from this report. Very quickly, and you and I have worked for a long time together, and as Mayor Guajardo said, you've done a spectacular job.
Thank you.
Are
Well, it's
you
been with a
applying
great
for the
team.
executive director position?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
Yeah.
Well, darn.
It's really, I think we're coming up on such a challenging and exciting time with technology and all the different kinds of technology, social media, things that can be very aggressive and helpful with the air quality group that I think somebody that hasn't been there for 20-some-odd years would probably do a great job with. But thank you.
Well, be that as it may, you've done certainly a great job for
Thank
us
you.
in the past, and I've enjoyed working with you. I know when I was at the Commissioners Court, there was a program where the county voluntarily had all of its vehicles
Yes.
tested to make sure they were in compliance. And I remember at the time I challenged the city to join us in that, and they respectfully declined. I wonder if, is that program still in place?
It is. Would you like to say a few words, Trent? This is Trent Thigpen. He is with the Pollution Prevention Partnership at AM Corpus Christi, and he is actually the gentleman that runs that program, and you'll see him. The program is called Auto Check. They're all over town, shopping malls, churches, health fairs. They're all over the place, and I'll let Trent give you a little more information on that.
Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon. Pollution Prevention Partnership at A&M Corpus Christi. The AutoCheck program itself has a website, autocheck.cc. You can see my contact information there. There's also a form where you can request fleet testing. With the fleet testing program, we can generate a report for fleet vehicles. Although unlike the AutoCheck program, which has funds for repairs, I cannot pay for repairs for commercial vehicles, but I can provide you a report of the condition of the fleet.
Well, I know at the county it worked out really well, and we had a few vehicles we needed repair, but Peter and Mayor, I would highly recommend that the city look into that, and to do our part, we ought to check all of our vehicles and make sure they're compliant with the EPA standards. And Gretchen, again, thank you very much.
Yeah, have a fleet manager contact me, and I'd be happy to
Yes.
work with them.
We'll do that.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Trent. I think Councilman Hernandez, did you have a comment?
Yes. Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation. I'm glad you were prepared for it. Sometimes on the consent agenda, you get ready for it, and you don't know if we're going to pull it or not. So,
No
but
worries.
I thought the information was tremendous. I saw I read the report talking about the RTA and stuff like that, and I served on the RTA, was spearheaded the conversion to natural gas.
Thank you.
And that was just a simple financial analysis. But it was one of those things where it's important to make sure that we stay in that non-attainment going forward. I noticed you have right behind you is Ian Vesey.
Yes.
Right? And, he's part of our economic development.
Yes.
And I hope you have a great relationship with him when he brings ideas to us with new industry.
We've roped him into our efforts already. He's on a
Okay.
nomination committee, so. We try not to let anybody go past our radar. Yes, we're working them over, but thank you.
Also, we have, obviously we have a naval base here.
Yes.
And I didn't really see a report on them
Yes.
in your report. And, they have vehicles, they have aircraft.
Mhm.
And I was wondering what kind of relationship you have with them.
We do. We actually have a couple of different folks that represent CCAD that work with our air quality organization. They are actually under tougher environmental regulations than we as a community exist under when you go to their paint booths and all of the work that they do out there with their helicopter repairs and various facilities they have that create emissions. They're under governmental regulations that are more stringent than we operate under in quite a few, and what's been very helpful is they participate in our annual report in terms of what they've done, the products they use, the technologies they use that they're bound by. And there's actually been information sharing between them that come to our quarterly meetings and some of our other partners that go to the meetings in terms of the governmental regulations, how are they in comparison to the community regulations, is there information sharing going on? But actually, yes, we work with them. They come to our meetings. This is going some years back, but we have had an auto check event out there at the gate for the civilian vehicles to also be tested as well. So we do have a relationship with them. We do share information. They also have screen banners that go out to all of their employees at CCAD that if a following day is projected to be an elevated ozone day, there are certain protocols that the base will go under and ask their employees to do in terms of how they get to work, carpooling, packing their lunch the next day so they're not in and out going out to eat lunch. So they're also complying with a lot of the initiatives that we encourage others to do for emissions reductions. And that's a huge community out there, so that's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
Well, great. I thank you for your efforts and your work, and I look forward to the new organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gretchen. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Approved. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work. Item number 12 was pulled by Mr. Smith. That is a motion approving a 5-year business incentive agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Texas A&M University, TAMU CC, in the amount of $4 million for the Lone Star Unmanned Aircraft System Center downtown. Mr. Vasey.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. For the record, Ian Vasey with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the same guy that Gretchen ropes into some things and works over and beats up on some things, but we work very closely together. Today's one of those days that we're going to remember for 20 years' time, and the reason for that is this is an important partnership program between the Type B program, which is the City of Corpus Christi, and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. For the last 7 years that I've been here, and even before that, the City of Corpus Christi has put a lot of importance on downtown redevelopment, working to get the university a presence downtown as one of the major anchors, but also we've been building the drone technology as a way to diversify our economy. And, you have to pick the niches when you really get into economic diversification. And this is stood up through our target industry analysis and some of our quality of place analysis. Back in 2013, the city really started this with the university in going after one of those unmanned aerial systems testing centers. $600,000 was the initial investment to do the studies. And in 2014, the FAA, Federal Aviation Authority, who controls drone technology, designated this as one of the 7 testing centers across the country. And we've been working very closely with the university folks to build this asset and to go after some of these drone technologies. And if you remember, even last year or the year before, you as a council approved the testing of drones downtown. And
year before.
I'm under confidentiality agreement. I can't say things, but there were big companies that were involved in some of those some of that drone technology, and we don't divulge names on things like that. But what this does, and the grant before you today, is it's for $4 million against the university's spend of $16.2 million. So a 20% from the city's Type B, 80% from the university, and Dr. Miller is going to outline the details of the program. But one of the things this does is it gets us into that next level of technology. And whenever we talk about incentives and economic analysis, you see me before you for a large grant sometimes to be able to do something to incentivize a major company. The issue with a lot of drone technology companies is they're very small, and it's incremental growth, and it's testing. And in order to get like this, our place in the world and ourselves on the map for this, we really need this testing center that Dr. Miller is going to talk about. And that's almost the anchor tenant, almost like if you're building a shopping center, that's the target store. And then you get the other pieces, which are the little companies that come in next to it. So that's what we're going to be doing today. The EDC board has reviewed this in depth and is recommending unanimously in favor of it, as is the Type B board, who's reviewed it back about 60 days ago. I want to bring up Texas A&M Corpus Christi President Dr. Kelly Miller, a good friend to everybody here in the city and a great supporter. But this is an important downtown redevelopment project, the university anchoring downtown and moving us into this important new technology business with real companies that are attached to this one.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for this opportunity. As Ian said, I hope this is a day that we look back on as an incredible opportunity for us all to partner together. As Ian mentioned, back in 2013, $600,000 was invested for the university to go after that FAA test site designation. We got it, one of only 7 in the country, and more importantly, the only one in Texas. To date, we're at $22.4 million investment based on that, with 30 positions, soon to be 50, with some work that we're currently doing. And it's an opportunity now for us to take this designation to the next level. Right now, we're one of only 7 test sites in the country, as I said, the only one in Texas. Businesses, particularly innovative businesses from around the country, want to come do business in Texas. And A&M Corpus Christi is ready to lead to bring those to this city. We've worked very hard with the CCREDC to make sure we have the pieces that are necessary. The pieces that we are missing are a beyond line of sight corridor designated by the FAA. This study will get us that. A state-of-the-art mission control center, we have one. It's 8 years old. So if you think about your own technology, if your own technology is 8 years old, it still works, but it's not the most competitive. This will make sure we are working with an international firm that is top of the line when it comes to this type of technology, and that will be located in our second mission control center that will allow us to expand, but also have that state-of-the-art technology. And then we'll put some support systems in place related to port innovation, bringing businesses in general, and also supporting local businesses that want to integrate drone technology into what they do. And also, we've just received $3 million from the state to really develop drone technology around emergency management. We want everyone in the state, as well as in the nation, when they think of emergency management and drone technology, to think of Corpus Christi. And to me, the most important piece is that we are educating a workforce that can lead this. Our students and our faculty are doing the research that will put drone technology on the map everywhere, but we want those businesses and we want that opportunity here in Corpus Christi. So as the whole world, and particularly our country, are looking at Texas as a place to come for innovative business, there's no reason why they can't be looking at the coast and coming here to work with us. And so with your support on this and our track record of success with the incredible partnerships that we've had, we are really excited to take this to the next level.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and thanks for all your hard work and really, like you say, putting us on the map. Dr. Miller, what's the timeline? You've got the building, so...
We've already selected architects. We're ready to move. I wanted it done yesterday, so it's a fast, aggressive timeline, but we're looking to have all the pieces in place within the next 3 years. But the first step would be that beyond line of sight study. We'll simultaneously be working on mission control, so pieces of it would be in place within a year. So we will be moving very quickly on it.
And this is also your investment in downtown, correct?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us just real brief what you've acquired down there?
Yes, so we bought the old J.C. Penney building, for those who have been around Corpus Christi for a while. It's an incredible facility. So this will take up 3 of the floors within that building. There's also additional space. We'll be putting an art gallery downtown, or downstairs on the bottom floor to, for tourists and local folks that want to engage with our art students and have gallery space. We're going to put a rooftop entertainment space at the top to add another attraction in Corpus, but also feature, like, for example, our incredible musicians on campus. We'll be putting a floor in there to protect our archives for the university, but also we'll invite, the Science and History Museum and the city to protect their archives as well. And then we'll also be expanding our Business Innovation Center as part of this expansion. We're not requesting money for that, but that is it will be part of our investment. And selfishly, a vibrant downtown just helps us attract new students. It helps us keep our best and our brightest. So as my role as president, it's very important for me to see downtown become revitalized. As a citizen of Corpus Christi for 28 years, I also am just really excited for what that will bring to the entire community. So I know many of you are huge champions of downtown Corpus Christi, and we're excited to take that step to help move that needle forward.
Well, thank you, and I know we've always had a strong partnership, so.
Absolutely.
The City of Corpus Christi through the EDC that I think we've given $2 million on 2 occasions for the creation of your engineering programs on there, that we have ongoing contracts with the A&M for various research items. We've got the whole Pony League area there, and I think this city, whether it's us at this podium or previous councils on there, recognize the importance from a regional standpoint. And I think it's important that A&M and Corpus Christi City work together on various projects that we've got, and we operate in sync on trying to move our community ahead with it. And one last thing, Mr. Vasey, that the EDC, or the drone, the unmanned aerial vehicles, are you actively soliciting private?
You can.
Actually, yes, Councilman. Our head of business development, Tommy Kurtz, is out on the road. In fact, last month he was out in partnership with the unmanned aerial systems folks, doing some trade shows, and I think there was one in Florida as well. Orlando? I think it was in Orlando. I never keep track of where Tommy's at. I just know I see his posts where he's at, and he's working the booth on those things. And the company that Dr. Miller talked about was Thales, Thales, which is kind of the gold standard for like how the software system works for unmanned aerial systems. Tommy actually found them and started working with them to bring them here. And it's only we report it as a 2-job deal, and people laugh at us. And I say, well, that's just the camel's nose coming under the tent on this one. So,
well,
I'm not going to say more about that one.
And I would add, we also did a pitch. The university partnered with the CCREDC, and there were over 200 national and international companies with the Department of Commerce invited us to come talk about drones. And from that opportunity, I think we've got 12 different companies in various stages of discussion. And we're learning from them, and that's where, the ideas of what we need to add, the beyond visual line of sight and the mission control and so on, are coming directly from the companies that we are trying to attract.
Well, again, thank you for your great leadership on there, and I can't tell you personally how much I appreciate what you're doing for the community in this and downtown too. So you're hitting on several levels with it. Again, thank you, and Alyssa, thank you. I know you've worked closely out there.
Well, and I want to thank you all for your support, the city staff for their support, and of course the CCREDC, which have been incredible partners with us on this. So we could not do the things we do without you, and we respect that. We are grateful for it, and so we like to do everything we can to pay that back by helping make our community stronger.
Thank you. I think we have a couple more comments. Councilman Hernandez?
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and I know we had discussed this previously, and I was very much in support of it. I just wanted to ask a question that occurred to me after our discussion. Was it, will you be having like a drone pilot certification process, or is that some sort of thing with that?
Absolutely. So you can do both certification as a pilot, but also you can have your vehicles certified. So they also have to go through testing and to be certified. So both individuals can go through that certification process, but also companies can have their They're unmanned aircraft systems certified as well.
And is that a state certification? What kind of?
It's
what-
FAA certification.
FAA certification, okay. And the last thing I want is, since I see our downtown management district director there, you're not throwing her out of the building, right?
She will stay our tenant, actually, yes. Alyssa was my student way back in the day, so she actually helped me find that building, and so I'm very grateful for her for that. So I cannot have her help me find the building and then kick her out. That seems terrible, so she'll be staying with us, and that'll be a strong partnership as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Great.
just want to have that on record.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Councilman Pusley.
Well, if there's no other questions, I'd like to make a motion we
Great.
approve this.
Great. Okay, do we, no further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Congratulations. Very exciting. Okay, and then we are going to pull, well, we've got one, you pulled 13, and then we'll break for lunch. Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing outside city limit water contract. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
A quick comment. So it is, I was going through the agenda packet. This is a 13-page item on our agenda. We're going to be okaying some water troughs with it. And so kind of my question to all of us is, why do we have to do this? Why does this come before council? And do we need to, could this be done administratively so we're not taking council time on approving water troughs?
Well, clearly, that's not a question you,
Yeah.
you expect me to answer, but it is the ordinance, right? It's an adopted ordinance.
Yeah, it's an ordinance requirement, but I mean, what you're asking is, from a policy standpoint, I guess, should we be having city council approval of water to areas outside the city limits? And let's keep that in mind. You're giving up one of your abilities every time you do that to remember, you don't have the ability to compel people to be in the city limits anymore.
Well, what I'm saying is, could this be done administratively through our city manager and staff rather than coming to council?
Right.
That's my only question. Agenda items, putting it all together. Since I've been on council and all of us, we've never, all it is strictly administrative. We've never had any discussion or anything else about it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Councilman Smith. We should only have things on the agenda that are required for the council body to approve. So, being here for 2 years, I thought that this was the requirement. I'll work with Miles and we can see how we go forward.
If
Yeah.
we have a consensus on that.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Pusley. Okay. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I understand on this particular one is for some water troughs, but this is also would be including water for developments that are outside the city limits. Is that correct? Am I misunderstanding
You're
that?
talking about, right, that's what I was wondering. You're just talking about outside the city limits?
Yeah.
Or in
Well,
general?
Yeah. This is OCL and Mr. Raymond, when somebody makes a tap.
Right, so.
I'm not talking about an extension of a line, but that individual tap. We okay every individual tap. Somebody does a subdivision of 50 deals, and we got to okay all the taps.
Well, the reason I say, and our city attorney makes a good point in the sense that we no longer have the unilateral authority to annex anymore. So if we authorize these taps or, waiver of wastewater connection fees, then we're kind of creating an environment where we'll never, if you recall, I discussed the issue with providing fire service to homes that are outside the city limits that are not covered by an ESD. Well, I don't know if we'll ever be able to annex those areas because they can enjoy the services without having to pay for them.
I'm not proposing that we disallow that. All I'm saying, we do it administratively rather than coming to council. And we could do it any tap.
But then we put them in a political situation where if we don't want to encourage development outside the city limits.
I don't think you understand. I'm just saying, let's give them the administrative protocol to do it. They know where we want to be with it. It just,
Well,
Why don't we?
we can have that discussion, but
Why don't you, Mr. Zanoni, Miles, why don't y'all look into that?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
see
we'll do
pros
that.
and cons, bring it back to us in a memo.
Okay.
Great. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
I move for approval.
Is there a second? Second. With no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So now we will break for lunch. And then oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yes. So the council will go into executive session on item number 25 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071. So we will return. Okay, are we back? We were the majority, okay. We will reconvene our meeting, and is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and this is regarding an Ergon settlement, and that's what a lot of us, almost 5 years ago, that we were tasked with, our first day on city council. It was quite a learning experience for us and a trial by fire. So here, within government on there for 5 years later, and I would like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute all documents necessary to settle the future lawsuit of State of Texas and City of Corpus Christi versus Valero Marketing and Supply Company and Ergon Asphalt and Emissions, Inc., and all documents necessary to receive and administer $1.3 million from the two defendants, them, to be used for the reimbursement to the city for its expenditures incurred for a backflow prevention compliance project intended to reduce the risk to the city's water supply posed by commercial and industrial connections. Would you like me to read that again?
Mayor,
That's
since
very
I was
good.
there, I would like to second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
And for the record, Mayor, council members Martinez and Hunter recuse themselves from the
They
vote.
recused
Yes,
both
from
of
the
them?
discussion and vote on this
Okay.
item.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay, great. So we are going to go to section M, like Mary, and do item number, we're going to jump to item number 17 in the spirit of time for our, let's see here, it is our Corpus Christi Tourism Public Improvement District discussion. So who is presenting? Yes. So this is a motion approving the format and terms of the proposed petition, cover sheet, and service plan for a proposed Corpus Christi Tourism Public Improvement District. Good afternoon.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I've been speaking to many of you over the last year, even a little longer, about a program that started in the 90s in California called a Tourism Promotion Improvement District. Different states have different names. In Texas, it's called a Tourism Public Improvement District. What it is, it's a different avenue to allow sales and marketing for tourism promotion. They're in multiple states now. They're in over 200 cities around the country. They've been very successful. Where I came from in Kansas, we implemented one, and it was very successful there. So when I moved to Corpus Christi, I was going through our budget and everything that I've talked to you about many times, and I found out that there was opportunities in Texas for one of these programs, and there's actually quite a few cities in Texas that already have these up and running to various degrees of success. All of them are very successful, some more successful than others. So as I started talking to many of the hoteliers in the city, we started forming a group to discuss what this would look like. And for the last year, there's been a key group of hoteliers and myself, led by the Texas Hotel Lodging Association, working on what this plan would look like. Today in attendance, and he's going to come up here and do most of the talking, Scott Joslove, the president and CEO of the Texas Hotel Lodging Association, is actually the individual that wrote the state legislation to make these possible starting back in 2010 for the city of Dallas. Since then, it's spread all out throughout Texas, and we have submitted the documents to the city. Over the last 3 months, we've met with many of you. We've met with the mayor and Peter multiple times, Miles and his team multiple times, as well as Heather from a financial standpoint multiple times. And we feel like everything is in order. And so today we're here to answer questions and hopefully get some approval for us to take the next step. So I would like to call Scott up to the stage.
Mayor and council members, my name is Scott Joseph. I'm president and CEO of the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. We are a nonprofit state association, a trade association, and our job is to provide a partnership with cities and counties to promote hotel activity and tourism throughout all the areas of Texas. And one of the initiatives that we've been very active in is, of course, this Tourism Public Improvement District Authority. As Brett indicated, we passed the first district authority in 2011 for the city of Dallas to do a tourism public improvement district, and then they created their district in 2012. That district was so successful, they had a conversion rate of 23% of the bids that they put out for conventions. They were winning until they did their tourism district. It doubled their conversion rate to 46%. Citywide occupancy went up 17 percentage points, and their ROI for their first year was $26 in room nights for every dollar they spent in incentives. And over the last 8 years, that's averaged out to over $14 to $16 in room nights for every dollar they expend. It was so successful that the next legislative session in 2013, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin, and Arlington asked that we get them authority to be able to do tourism public improvement districts. We got that passed at the legislature, and then in 2019, cities throughout the state said, why don't we make it statewide? So that Corpus Christi, Waco, and Amarillo, and cities throughout the entire state could do it, and we passed that authority in 2019. So right now, we're here before Corpus Christi because our area hoteliers have said, we have such confidence in the CVB exec and in the structure you have, and we feel now is the time to put together a fund to try to do supplemental marketing and supplemental sales activities. The statute only allows the money to be used for two purposes, marketing and sales. And then the concept is, whatever you're doing with your CVB, with the hotel tax, the assumption is that would continue, and they would continue to do the great work they're doing with that, and this would augment it. It would be a supplemental fund. And so kind of we're willing to, as an industry, to self-assess if the city will just commit to continue to do at least the basic level of funding that they've done before for the CVB, and we'll try to take it then up to the next level with additional money for marketing and additional money for sales. And then the other thing they spend money on there is research and administration. And the research is to say, we did this marketing campaign, how successful was it? Or we did this sales incentive, how many room nights did it actually yield? So we know who's coming, where they're going, how long they're staying, which plans had the highest ROI. So we're really excited to bring this to Corpus Christi and to present it to you today. The ask, as your city attorney has put so well in the memo, is that you approve the form and the content of our petition and our service plan and our cover letter, or our cover page. We ask for that approval because once we go and we get all the signatures from the hoteliers and their ownership groups, if the petition is changed, or the percentages of the service plan or the assessment rate is changed from what we have in the petition, we have to start all over and go get a new petition and go back to the ownership groups. And it's hard to maintain your credibility and your support if we keep changing the terms. So we thought, let's go ahead and bring it to the council first, make sure that y'all are okay with our idea of doing a 2% assessment where you spend about a certain amount on marketing, a certain amount on sales. The percentages are 50% for marketing, 43% for sales, 5% for research and admin, and 2% for contingency. It's consistent with the percentages we have in all the other 5 cities that we have tourism districts. And we have them in Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Arlington, and Waco. And right now they're looking at forming them as well in Frisco, Denton, possibly Amarillo, and a number of other cities throughout the state. So that's kind of what we are here for. I am part of the thing we do as a nonprofit is we provide general counsel services for all the tourism public improvement districts. So we will offer that to Corpus Christi and work with them to try to make sure it has every opportunity for success. The documents before you today, as your city attorney and city finance folks and will tell you, is you have a petition cover page. That's just the signatory page saying I'm authorized to sign on behalf of the ownership group. You have the petition document. That just outlines the district name, the location, the purpose of the TPID, which is marketing and sales. It talks about the management, which is by the CVB. through a contract between the TPID, the city, and the CVB. It puts out the estimated collections, which are between, now I would note that on estimated collections in the petition, we put a range of 3 to 3.9 million. We've expanded the district to include, any hotel with 40 or more rooms. So that number will actually be, just to correct it, it'll be 3 to 5.693 million. So it'll anywhere from 3 to just under 6 million over, annually in supplemental revenue that we'll use towards the district. It'll be financed, as we said, by a 2% assessment. There's no cost to the city. If you have any costs in collecting it and remitting it, we reimburse the city for that. So that's the general nature of the beast. Those are the documents. It has a service plan, which is a 10-year that you have before you as one of the documents, that sets out here are the categories: marketing, sales, research and admin, and contingency. And we will come back to you once a year to have an update of that plan. And when that plan is updated, the role of the city council, as it's been in the other 5 districts, is if we projected that we would have $4 million and it looks like we'll actually have 4.5, we update the amount. All the categories remain the same, the percentages remain the same, the assessment rate remains the same, because it's not like in some districts where you're building a building or putting in sidewalks where the costs will vary. We eat what we kill. Whatever 2% will generate is what will be in the fund, and that's the 2% of taxable sales. Let me just open it up to offer myself for any questions y'all may have.
Mr. Presley.
Okay, so the board that gets created, if I understand that this contract is made up of the hotelers
Yes.
in the area, and they will make decisions on how the money is spent for sales and marketing. Is that correct, or are y'all going to be coaching them on how best to do that, or how are those decisions made?
Thank you for that question, council member. That's very topical and very on point. The way it has worked in all the districts in Texas and in the other states that have tourism public improvement districts is you have a nonprofit corporation that's created. We would create the Corpus Christi Tourism Public Improvement District Corporation. And that corporation would have a board of directors. It would be solely hoteliers within the district. And they would work under contract with the city and the CVB. We'd have a 3-way contract similar to what we've done in all the other cities. And it would say the city's role is they will provide they'll create the district, they will collect the funds along with the hotel tax. That will then be remitted over to the CVB. The CVB will work in contract with the Tourism Public Improvement District leadership, the hoteliers from the area, and the CVB will say, here's a wave of incentives we'd like to offer. Here are some events and festivals we want to promote, and here's what we project we should expend on that. And then they'll have a separate sort of presentation on here's the marketing campaign of how we'd like, the markets we'd like to enter into, in addition to what we're already doing with the hotel tax. They'll present that to the hoteliers, and the hoteliers will approve up or down different programs. They may suggest other things. They may say the timing isn't right. Let's wait to our shoulder season. So I think part of the reason these districts are so successful is it's purely hoteliers that know their business backwards and forwards that'll decide on these self-assessments where the best ROI is for spending the money. So yes, it would be a decision by the board now, and that board is, the voting members are all the area hoteliers who collect those self-assessments.
Okay. And I assume that there's some database of information that the CVB can rely upon to help make the decisions about some of the marketing and sales efforts that they make.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the beautiful things that what these tourism districts are doing is a regular part of their district is they do some research. They monitor visitors who are coming based on the ads, and there are ways to do that through telephones and other sorts of inquiries that are made that we can track. We did this campaign, these people responded, expressed an interest, and then we can track whether or not the people actually came to Corpus. What attractions did they visit? How long did they stay? And then extrapolate from there what the economic impact is. So we do that both for all the incentives we give, plus we do that for all the marketing campaigns.
Well, sounds like a great idea, and the hotelers that I have spoken with here locally are all in favor of this and speak very highly of it, so wish everybody the best success.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Zanoni?
Yeah, and Scott, the membership amount will be about 10 individuals. Is that what you're shooting for?
We generally, it's probably going to be 9 to 11, so it may be around 10, we're not sure. At this point, we always try to keep it a little bit fluid until we do the entire petition process. Because invariably, we'll talk to an ownership group that'll say, we love the idea, but we'd like to have a member on the board, and we'd rather open it up to more hoteliers if they show an interest. But I would anticipate it'd be 9 to 11, probably 10.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have.
Thank you.
With that, I'll open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 17? Okay, no public comment. We'll move on then. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 17.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
And any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Great. So we will now go back to section L, which is our public hearings, items number 14 through 16. And item number 14 is zoning case number 0821-01, Jeffrey C. Lundquist, which is District 4, or I'm sorry, this ordinance takes place in District 4, and it is an ordinance rezoning a property at or near 4121 Waldron Road from the FR, or Farm Rural District, to the RE Estate Residential District. Mr.
Thank you.
Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 4121 Walden Road from FR, Farm Rural District, to RE Estate Residential District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family home. The applicant is Jeffrey C. Lundquist. The property is located along the east side of Waldron Road, south of Yorktown Boulevard, and north of Barney M. Davis Energy Center. The property has approximately 180 feet of street frontage along Waldron Road, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial street. To the north of properties zoned FR, Farm Rural District, RMH, Residential Manufactured Home District, RS6, Single Family 6 District, and those properties consist of single-family homes. To the south are properties zoned FR, Farm Rural District, and RE Estate Residential District. To the east is a large tract of land zoned FR, Farm Rural District, and to the west, across Walden Road, are large single-family tracts zoned FR, Farm Rural District, and RE Estate Residential District. The subject property is 1.11 acres in size, and it is not platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. There are currently no CIP or bond projects for this section of Walden Road. 5 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. This subject property is located in one of the Navy's air installation compatibility use zones, specifically Accident Potential Zone 2. According to the compatible land use guidelines, a residential use with a density of 1 or 2 dwellings per acre is acceptable in APZ 2 designated areas, which this complies with. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RE Estate Residential District, and I stand by for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Presley, is that your light for this one? Is that your light on? No? It's okay. Okay, I don't see any lights on, Mr. Raymond. Let's see, I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 14? I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 15 is a zoning case number 0821-03, Sema and Steve Inc., District, which is District 2, an ordinance rezoning the property at or near 3413 South Staples Street from the ON Neighborhood Office District to the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3413 South Staples Street from ON Neighborhood Office District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The purpose is to increase the types of commercial uses at this location. The site was originally constructed for a medical office, which the tenant never occupied. So to increase marketability for future tenants, the property owner is seeking to increase the intensity of zoning to allow for a wide range of commercial uses. The existing structure is 4,000 square feet in size. The applicant is Sema and Steve, Inc. The property is located along the west side of South Staples Street, south of Texans Trail and north of Haywood Drive. The property has approximately 140 feet of street frontage along Staples, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial street. To the north and west is a single-family subdivision, Casa Linda Estates, Zone RS6, Single-Family 6 District, and an apartment complex, Buccaneer Apartments, Zone RM1, Multifamily District. To the south is a commercial multi-tenant strip center, which is Zone CN1, Neighborhood Commercial District, and to the east, across Staples, is a school and a dry cleaner, Zone CN1, Neighborhood Commercial District. The property totals .46 acres in size, and it is platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding areas. There are currently no CIP or bond projects scheduled for Haywood Drive at this time. 22 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition. 1 was returned in favor of the project. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I've always taken a great deal of pleasure, and I don't know how this happened, with the fact that the Buccaneer Apartments and Buccaneer Drive are located immediately across the street from Ray High School. So there has to be a story there. Al, can you tell us, I'm still kind of new to some of these new zoning, what will this allow?
The ON zoning only allows retail as an accessory use, right? So that's sort of like the Walmart that has a McDonald's in it, right?
Okay.
The bigger use is the mercantile, the restaurant is an accessory use. So if this developer built the project and thought a dentist office would move in, but they never did, so he's trying to lease the property for standalone retail uses, and the zoning doesn't allow that.
Okay.
So a CN1, like across the street, there's a multi-tenant strip center, and he wants to kind of have an occupancy much like that. So that's what the zoning.
So they've already built the building, it's just not
Yes,
occupied.
I think it's been empty for about 2 years now.
Yeah, okay. So it would be compatible with, I mean,
The
school
surrounding
is
area.
across the street.
Absolutely.
And we'll make sure it's compatible with that. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you. Someday I'll figure, somebody will answer that question.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have from council, and with that, I will open public hearing. Is there anyone in our audience who would like to make public comment on item number 15? Nope, we will close public hearing then, and I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 16 is a zoning case number 0821-02, Dominga Flores, an ordinance rezoning property at or near 3617 Violet Road from the FR Farm Rural District to the RS 22 Single Family 22 District in District 1. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3617 Violet Road from FR Farm Rural District to RS 22 Single Family 22 District. The purpose is to bring an existing non-conforming home to become conforming under the standards of the UDC for the purpose of selling the property. The applicant is Dominga Flores. The property is located along the west side of Violet Road, south of Woody Creek Drive, northwest of Starlet Lane. The property has approximately 90 feet of street frontage along Violet Road, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial street. To the north, east, and west are single-family residential subdivisions zoned RS6, Single-Family 6 District. To the south, the remaining large tract of land is zoned FR Farm Rural District. The property totals .96 acres in size, and it is platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and it does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. The existing structure was constructed in 1980 on platted property that was annexed into the city in 1962. The church was converted into a home around 2010-2011 timeframe. There are no proposed CIP projects, bond or CIP projects for this section of Violet Road. 24 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. The 1 in opposition indicates that 2.15% of the landowners within a 200-foot notification area are opposed to this zoning. But I will indicate that we reached out to that, the 1 in opposition, and she thought that the landowner was going to build apartments there. So she didn't withdraw her objection, but she was satisfied with our answer, our response. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RS 22, Single Family 22 District, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, are there any plans to do anything here, or is this just the owner wanting to bring this?
Bring it into compliance so she can actually sell the property, yes, sir.
So she can sell the property?
Right. So currently it's a home. There's no plan to do anything to it but to sell it as a home.
As a home. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I will open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment on item number 16? Okay, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number ordinance item number 16.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that will take us to section N, first reading ordinances, items numbers 18 through 20. So item number 18 is an ordinance amending the Unified Development Code to establish tree requirements in residential street yards for new construction within the city and its extraterritorial jurisdiction. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today I'll be presenting the proposed tree planting ordinance. Some quick facts about Corpus Christi. I'm sure you all know we're on the western Gulf Coast plain, relatively flat topography. Annual precipitation is 26 to 37 inches per year, of course. Our soils are predominantly clay, and Corpus Christi is the 8th windiest city in the United States, according to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. I thought that would be interesting.
It is.
Why now, right? Why talk about planting trees now, right? Many of you probably don't know, but the adopted comprehensive plan speaks to this very thing. It talks about planting trees to promote public health. It enhances quality of life, and it also enhances the aesthetics of the community or the city overall. It also encourages tree protection. In other words, if you're going to raise a site, don't destroy the trees. Build and design around it if you can. And of course, it contributes positively to the environment, as some have said before, and positively to people in the community. Positive contributions for planting trees. And many have mentioned it before, stormwater management, low impact development. Trees absorb a lot of the runoff. Here, the first bullet is street infrastructure, reducing impervious cover, and obviously we're doing that to require more room for trees. And you reduce runoff. Runoff doesn't impact the streets, and the streets have more life. Quality of runoff. Trees absorb nitrates, phosphates, petroleum, heavy metals. It reduces the heat island effect. As you know, shade trees can reduce temperatures by 20 degrees in some cases. And air quality, it absorbs odors. Of course, we all know that. It reduces temperature, slows down velocity, and it absorbs noise, right? It reduces the impact of noise. And the primary thing is that for pedestrian safety, it promotes physical and mental health, and it stands step in step with complete streets, Vision Zero, and neighborhood aesthetics. Complete streets are great because it has a place for the vehicle, it has a place for the cyclist, it has a place for the runner, if you will, and a place for pedestrians, whether they're walking or sitting. This is a very busy slide. There are 10 cities here in Texas, the largest cities in Texas. It's benchmarking to show that many cities associate tree planting with residential development, right? Some do it by lot size, some do it by percentage of canopy coverage, some do it by tree type or species. But in any case, whenever there's residential development, all these cities require tree planting associated with that development. What you see before you is existing development here in Corpus Christi. Not to single anyone out, it was just District 1, 5, 4, and 3. It's the built environment, right? Whether they're street trees in the right-of-way or trees in the front yard or the street yard, it still creates a tree-lined street. It creates, visually, aesthetically attractive areas. Like I said earlier, it enhances the quality of life, not only for the neighbors in that community, but for the community and the city as a whole. We went to several areas within the city, new development areas, because I wanted to show the contrast between what the existing world used to look like and what the current world is like, right? Again, not to point anyone out, not to say one builder is bad or worse than the other, just this is the canvas that citizens have today, which I think is a little unfortunate, right? We can do better, and I think this ordinance, this UDC text amendment helps us get to better. So the tree planting requirements. Zoning districts, RS 4.5, RS 6, RSTH, which is townhomes, require 2 canopy trees or 1 canopy tree and 1 understory tree. RS 10, 15, and RSTF, 2 family or duplexes, requires 2 canopy trees. RS 22, which is larger lots, require 3 canopy trees. RE, estate residential, 4 canopy trees, and FR, farm rural, 5 canopy trees. Incidentally, RE is minimum 1 acre in size. FR is a minimum 5 acres in size. So bigger lots, more trees, right? At least in the street yard. For extraterritorial jurisdiction, ½ acre to 1 acre, we're requiring 3 trees. 1 acre and greater, we're requiring 4 trees. And you may be wondering, how do we enforce this in the ETJs when people come with water contracts like we were talking earlier? There are 2 requirements that they have to meet. One, they have to plat, and the second one is if they go vertical with construction, then they have to comply with all city requirements, building permits, our codes, our ordinances, and this would be one of those requirements. The tree size is 1.5 inch caliper, and if, of course, there are areas with sandy loam, another option would be palm trees because they seem to thrive in that kind of soil. I'm going to come to a point where we're going to say, there's a slide here, let me see where it is, and I'm going to say, oh, the Planning Commission recommended approval, but the Planning Commission had concerns about this, and their primary concern was our lack of engagement with the public, right? So 6 voted yes, thumbs up, 2 voted no, but of the 2, 1, his primary concern was this is a great plan, but you guys didn't reach out to the public, right? So what we did in the short time that we had is we visited the group that is mostly impacted by this, which is the Coastal Bend Home Builders Group. And we met with them 3 times, 1 via WebEx, but 2 face-to-face. And we communicated, we collaborated, we coordinated, and collectively we came up with an implementation plan, I think, that benefits them, and ultimately the city still gets what I think they need to move forward with. So what you see before you is that implementation plan. So starting October 1st, if this is passed, RS 4.5, RS 6, and RSTH districts, we will require 1 canopy tree or 1 understory tree. And that tree size will be 1-inch calipers. As of October 1, 22, it'll engage as per the ordinance. It'll be 2 canopy trees or 1 canopy tree and 1 understory tree, and those tree sizes will be a minimum of 1.5 inch caliper. The tree types have always been in the UDC, right? Canopy trees are another way of saying shade trees, right? Pecan trees, ash, mesquite, live oak, elm. Understory trees, another way of saying ornamental trees. Either one means the same thing. You've got some crepe myrtles, your Texas mountain laurels, beautiful trees, they smell great. And here's a site plan, and like they did in Planning Commission, I'm going to preempt this by saying, I know this is a perfect site plan. All sites don't look like this, right? They're triangular sites, there's awkward sites, there will always be practical difficulties, there will always be extenuating circumstances, but that's why ordinances are administered by, human beings so that we can look and go, oh yeah, so let's kind of work something out so that we can get to as close as we can with complying with the ordinance, and that's exactly what we would do here. Existing development. In short, because there's a lot of information on this, it basically says if I am an existing residential home and I add to my property, if I add under 1,000 square feet, no big deal, because I'm existing non-conforming if I don't have 2 trees in my front yard and those kind of things. But if I add over 1,000 square feet or over, then they would be required to comply with this ordinance, because one, if they have enough space to expand 1,000 feet, that means they have the room to comply with this ordinance, right? We also considered the fact that if there are natural disasters or fires or those kinds of things, if the property is damaged less than 50%, then they can still continue on, dare I say, in non-conforming status. They'll build back and not have to comply with these standards. If it's damaged greater than 50%, then they would be required to comply with these standards. But again, as I said earlier, we administer, the human beings administer this, and we'll certainly look at it, particularly if it's grant funded or GLO funded, or the Senate Corpus Christi Housing Authority funded. We'll work with anyone to make sure that we can achieve compliance if compliance is needed in this case. Maintenance and enforcement. Primarily for new construction, it'll be part of our plan review process, the Development Services plan review process. Therefore, when the building final inspection is done, all these things need to be in place. However, because we're human beings and we know things happen, if there's a supply chain interruption, if there's a drought and we can't plant trees during this time, or whatever it may be, we'll certainly give a temporary CFO and trust that the builder will honor, the CFO and install the trees, at a certain time when it's able to do that, right? Enforcement, we want to give credit for existing trees. So obviously, if you're building a home and your site happens to have trees, you get credit for existing trees and for maintaining and taking care of those trees. And like I said, there's language we're adding in that deals with drought or supply chain interruption or any kind of exterior circumstances. As you know, it happens from time to time in this community. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of the UDC text amendments, and I stand by for any questions.
Okay, council members, do we have any questions or comments regarding the tree? Item number 18. Councilman Mosley.
Yeah, Al, if you'll go back just a moment to the 3 pictures of the new development.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Right there. And I know it's very dark on your screen, but if you look at the District 5 picture there.
You're going to say, wow, there are 2 trees on this side.
There are a few trees up and down that street. If you zoom in, there are a few. There's even a palm tree down there, which may be dead now due to the freeze. But you know, the thing that concerns me most at looking at that picture is one side of the street has no sidewalk, and the other side, the driveways are so short that the cars overlap the sidewalk.
In the right of way, yes.
So that if you're a handicapped person restricted to a wheelchair, the only way you can traverse that neighborhood is to go out into the street. And that should not have to happen.
So we are, as you know, you approved a contract for development services to hire a consultant to look at Article 8, which is subdivision design, and we've engaged them. We have our first kickoff meeting this week, or is it this week? Yes.
Okay, good.
And we're going to be looking at things like that: streets, sidewalks, trees, you know, all of the subdivision
Our
design.
ADA accessibility should be something we take seriously.
Exactly.
Okay, now I want to go back to the, and we had some discussion about this.
This morning?
Let's see. The ordinance itself, which would be the attachment ordinance, tree planting, AKD.
Section 7.
And it's the 9-page document. And it's my understanding that we're going to take out the verbiage in 7B. Is it
Yes, we proposed to, it's on page 3 of the, it's
Yes.
under Article 7. And we were going to scratch out that because you had concerns, but let me just, can I say this to you? Let me just try to make a last-minute sale if I can.
Okay.
What we're saying here is that if you're home now, right? If you're in one of those neighborhoods and there's not a tree to be seen, when October 1 comes, you would be considered non-conforming. Your property would be non-conforming. That's all we're saying. And you could remain non-conforming from now until the cows come home, unless you do a couple of things. If you add onto your home more than 1,000 square feet, you'd have to comply. Or if there was a natural disaster, or if you had a fire or something like that, something outside that impacted what you're doing in that non-conforming home or property, that's all this was saying. It's just saying, hey, you're considered non-conforming, and as non-conforming, you're good to go. All this stuff won't matter unless you do something, or unless something happens to you and puts you in a situation where you have to, oh, wow, okay, I want to enlarge my house, or, wow, I had a fire, I have to go and see what I have to do to kind of build back. But that's all it was saying. It wasn't seeking you out to say, hey, we're going to pass this law, and now all of you nonconformists, you're going to have to do something to comply with this. That's not what it's saying.
Okay.
So, if you left it like it is now, everything would be just fine. However, if you wanted to change it, you can. But still, there has to be an acknowledgement that says existing homes today, and they don't do anything at all, they're non-conforming if they are in that new development we were just looking at, because you're right, there were a few trees there, and I think, according to Bart, the property owners really planted those, right? But most of those guys are non-conforming. On how many developments do we have in District 5 or whatever that are new, right? And row after row after row, and there's no trees. All those homes would be considered non-conforming. They would have to do nothing with respect to this UDC text update unless they did something, unless they enlarged their home or they had a fire or natural disaster impact them or anything like that. So it's not seeking out to get those guys. It's just saying, and primarily, as we spoke this morning, it is primarily a new development text amendment that says, hey, going forward.
Al, how are we going to, as a city, determine where all those existing non-conforming properties are?
Well, quite frankly, when you want to do something, right, let's say you want, good question. So you wanted to enlarge your home and you came to our office with plans from an architect that says, oh yeah, this is what I want to do. Then we would say, oh, by the way, Mr. Applicant, you also need to comply with the new standards, right? It's just like the new codes we're hoping to adopt here
Then
shortly.
why don't you just say that instead of the city having to spend a bunch of money and time and resources going out and determining what properties are non-conforming?
We're not.
See, we don't have to do that. We'll wait till you come to us
Yeah.
to do something, assuming that you would come to us to do something.
Okay.
And then we
'Cause
say,
my property right now is probably conforming because my house is surrounded by trees. But if the freeze last year killed all your trees that you had and now makes your property non-conforming, and then I do something, then at that point in time, you'd have to say, well, you need, if you're doing this, applying for a building permit because you're doing something that's large enough to require it, then you also have to come into conformity with the landscape plan. I'm just trying to save you a lot of work, but you do it however you want to, but
you understand.
the political reality is when people hear, because I've had the only calls I have had about this policy, except from the Coastal Bend Builders Association to express their concerns, was from people saying, well, wait a minute, does this mean I have to go plant trees on my property now that I've been living in for 15 years?
and the answer is no.
No, right,
Okay, well,
Answer is
that's
no.
what I've been telling them
right.
until I read this non-conforming deal, and then I went, well, wait a minute, have I been lying to them?
And
No.
maybe we can, I don't know, simplify the language, but it basically says what you just said. It's just a lot of, but there's always a way to say it better if we need
Yeah.
to.
It's okay, I have your cell phone number, I'll just give them your number and send them your.
Yes.
Thank you
Councilman
very
Smith.
much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It always, cost is important. So a 1-inch tree or an 1.5-inch tree of the multiple species that are allowed, do we have an idea what a 1-inch tree or a 5-gallon
It's roughly $200 to $300
for
installed.
a 1-inch or
A 1.5-inch caliber.
1.5? But initially, we're going with a 1-inch.
A 1-inch, right, and I don't, do we have the
You,
price?
Andrew?
About $150.
Okay, so $150. And doesn't the VA currently, if you get a VA loan, don't they have a landscaping requirement?
That I do not
They
know.
do.
We didn't research.
They do,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so, and I think it's
Okay, good.
similar to that. So.
It is.
Gil, you're saying yes, or, okay. So kind of what we're doing, then we're just basically saying what VA is already requiring?
Good point.
And it's a best practice, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. Thanks, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, just to reference on that, my very first home was a VA home that I purchased and under VA loan, and they required 2 trees.
Wow.
I don't know why that, but I had to pay for it. So they folded that into the loan.
And they're probably beautiful right now.
I don't know.
Oh,
Sold the house a long
they
time
sold
ago.
the house.
But I did want to
Right.
touch on that picture that you put on for District 5. And if you look down, if you zoom in, there's
was
a
nothing
lot of
personal.
trees in that neighborhood. They're just not very big. They haven't grown yet, so it doesn't look like a lot of trees. But there are trees there.
True.
And this is this is looks like a D.R. Horton development.
I know, we're
Change
trying
the
not
names
to
to protect the
say-
innocent, right? But
Protect the innocent.
Well, he's not innocent, so.
Oh, my
um,
God.
No, I love him. I love him anyway. But it's, I'm just saying, are we seeing developers not doing this?
not putting in trees.
Not putting in trees? I mean.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's why
Or-
that's why we're bringing this forward.
So all these trees in this neighborhood were done by the homeowner, not by
Homeowners,
the
right.
developer.
It's
The
not
developer
part
had
of-
no tree in here whatsoever. And we're sure of that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they've acquiesced to that, saying, yeah, we're guilty, we don't like trees.
I've had I think we've had 3 very good meetings with that group, and now we're on the same page, and we're moving forward with the implementation plan that we discussed.
Okay, if they're already putting in trees, I mean, this isn't going to really affect anything other than.
That's true.
Other than it's going to be inspected. Or how much is this going to cost us as a city implementing this ordinance?
Probably nothing, because we are there already. It's just one more thing on our inspection list.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilman Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Raymond, going back onto the language, I understand that changing the language and taking the paragraph out about the non-conforming properties doesn't make a difference into how it's implemented and how it affects the statute. But when you have language that says existing properties can be non-conforming, that kind of implies that they're not in
Something's wrong with
compliance,
it,
right, which implies that they're violating something. And I think that just to give people peace of mind that we're not saying, hey, we've got this new statute and you're in violation of the statute, I think removing that non-conforming language, but still having the language in there that says if you have the new construction that you have to comply with the statute, I think that may be a better way to do it. Because if it doesn't add anything, it doesn't change anything, then.
And why have, no,
Right.
right? No fight here. We can certainly remove that. We spoke this morning about that. So I just wanted to make my sale to see that to try to show that, hey, there's no difference. But no, I understand when you say non-conforming, people assume that, oh my gosh, something's wrong with my property or something's wrong with me or whatever. So, yeah,
Right. Okay, great. So we can make those
adjustments, right?
wonderful. I don't see any other lights on. Or do you have yours on, sir? I'm going to go ahead and, it's okay. Do we have anyone, I'm going to open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to comment on our lovely tree ordinance? No? Okay. We will close public comment, and I will proudly entertain a motion to approve item number 18, tree ordinance.
So move.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to offer an amendment.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and the amendment that I would like to offer is on that section 7B, talking about existing developments. There's the paragraph that talks about properties with existing development that has been in place since or before October 1st, 2021, and do not meet the minimum landscape requirements of the section shall be considered non-conforming. Non-conforming landscape may continue until such time a building permit is issued for any of the following. My amendment would be to remove that paragraph right there and just go into item number 1 that talks about what falls into needing the.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. They've got it. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And thank you all very much for working on this ordinance. And I know it took a lot of time and effort, and that was very, very good.
Mayor, we
appreciate
need to
it.
also pass the ordinance as amended.
Okay, sure. Otherwise, we don't have a tree ordinance. I'll move, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as amended.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 19 is an ordinance authorizing a second amendment to the wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement with Peterson Properties LTD to construct the wastewater lift station for the Greenwood Service Area 5 and according to the wastewater master plan approved on July 6th of 2020 and located at the intersection of West Point Road and South Padre Island Drive or Highway 358 freeway.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The purpose of this ordinance is to authorize a second amendment to wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement with Peterson Properties Limited to construct a wastewater lift station for Greenwood Service Area 5. The amendment will increase the maximum reimbursable amount by $33,921.16 for a total of $790,390.98. The increase will fund change orders for SCADA improvements and wet well adjustments. This slide shows the lift station location denoted with a triangle. The property is located, as you said, at the intersection of West Point and South Padre Island Drive. The property is within the city limits. The planned subdivision property encompasses approximately 6.91 acres with a proposed VA community-based outpatient clinic to be constructed at this location. This slide shows the approximate location of the wastewater lift station in relation to the wastewater system master plan for Greenwood Service Area 5. The lift station extends wastewater services to approximately 483 acres of property, which is in the surrounding area, which is, as you see there, in yellow. The trust fund balance as of July 31st, 2021, as you see there, is approximately $269,306.97. The initial construction reimbursement agreement was approximately $712,412.82 approved by council on November 10th, 2020. The additional $33,921.16 again brings the total of this construction reimbursement agreement to $790,398.98. Staff recommends approval. I stand by for questions.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Raymond? No questions, Mr. Raymond, so I will open public hearing. Do we have any, anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 19? Okay, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is an ordinance amending Chapter 21 of the Corpus Christi Code by adding compliance provisions pertaining to recyclables, use of recycling carts, and establishing a special collection fee for servicing contaminated carts.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dave Layfelt, Director of Solid Waste Operations. We're bringing forth today an amendment to Chapter 21 to implement our Recycle Clean program, contamination lessening, education, and information campaign. Next slide, please. As we've talked about in the past, our contamination rate has been steadily increasing over the past several years. We are currently at a rate of about 42%, which means 4 out of every 10 items in the recycle cart are actually trash. An average of 40% means that some of the people are doing an excellent job, some of them are doing a terrible job, and the ones that are doing the terrible job are the ones we want to focus on. Once again, the recycling symbol, the chasing arrow is in a triangle with the number inside, leads people to believe that many items are actually recyclable that aren't. That is a symbol that was originally designed for the plastic producers to let them know what the material was. Most of these items are recyclable in a laboratory setting. The reality is, in the real world, they're not. Some of the contamination that we're seeing in our recycling carts include plastic bags, toys, clothing, drink cartons, ceramics, yard waste, piles of brush, bags of leaves. The big one is styrofoam. Styrofoam is a huge contaminant that we deal with. Hoses, lawn furniture, to name a few. And it's expensive. Remember that the contamination that goes in the recycle cart that should be in the trash cart has to be separated and removed. We pay a contractor to do that. And we spend about $500,000 annually processing the contamination. We've talked to other cities. We've looked at other programs. We compared with Austin, Houston, McAllen, and San Antonio. They all have programs that are very similar. They all include flipping the lids, looking in the recycle cart, and then making a determination of what's inside. All of the successful programs start with education. They notify the customer that there's an issue. They go from there to a second or a third offense. At some point, they remove the cart and allow the customer to operate with trash cans only. We are bringing forward this afternoon a program that would amend the ordinance. We're looking at the first offense being a notice, not collecting the recycle cart, and educating the customer as to what they did wrong. The second offense would be a similar notification, education, but without collection. The third offense, we would notify the customer and service the cart as a trash can. There's a special service collection fee to recompense the city for the cost of sending a trash truck over there and emptying it. And then on the fourth offense, we would remove the cart from service. The goal is to reduce the contamination from 40% down to 20% or less. Cost savings from the reduced collection and the processing fees. And we're in the process of hiring 5 full-time employees, buying 4 inspection vehicles, and 1 automated refuse truck. Moving forward, we need to modify the city ordinance, which is why we're here today. Finish hiring the inspectors, purchase the 4 right-hand drive trucks, and begin inspections. Those inspections are anticipated to start about October 15th after the second reading of the ordinance, if passed. Staff recommends the amendment of Chapter 21, and I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions, Council? Mr. Fuzzley?
David, what's the number one item that is recycled in this city? Do you know what that is? Is it cardboard or?
Cardboard and paper make up the highest volume. They're about 70+% of what we get in the recycle bin. They are probably the highest dollar return because of the quantity. The price per ton we get is about $80 a ton. Plastic, on the other hand, type 2 plastic, clear, we don't get as much. There's not as much in the recycle cart, but it has a value of about $1,900 a ton.
Then why, let me just throw this out. Why wouldn't it be a good idea to just say, we're going to announce in this city that from now on, the only thing we're going to recycle is cardboard and paper?
We could do that, but we would still have the problem that we're facing today, that people know what is supposed to go in the recycle cart, but they use it as a trash cart instead.
Yeah, but I'll disagree with you from this perspective. You know, not everybody, and I know you're going to try to educate them, but not everybody understands the things that should or should not go in the recycle bin. And that's what we have going on today. I mean, I would think that it's perfectly logical that we ought to be recycling glass, or that, you know, a number of the other, at least 1 or 2 of the other things that you have on your contamination list. But I just think that instead of expending all this time, effort, and money on trying to change something that may be difficult to change, why don't we just pick one thing or two, and just say we're going to recycle cardboard and paper?
That's an option before us, and if we want to amend the ordinance to say that, we're more than happy to move
Okay.
that forward.
I'm just throwing that out for food for thought, so.
I think that the problem is not those who are concerned about whether it's recyclable or not. We have the results of a national survey that show that about a third of the people account for 2/3 of the contamination. And that third of the people are resistant to education, and the majority of that third just don't care. They're using the recycle cart as a trash can. And those are the ones that we really want to focus on, the ones that are abusing the system, not the people who put a jelly jar in that isn't rinsed out, or a dirty pizza box. That's not the ones we want to focus on. We want to focus on the ones that are putting bags of leaves in the recycle cart, stacks of brush, garden hoses, things that they know don't belong there, but they're putting them there anyway.
But at the beginning of that statement, you said that those are the people who don't really care and who are probably are not going to really care about you educating them about what goes on. I mean,
And that's why we
I just wonder how much success you're going to have trying to change the habits of that 1/3 that you're talking about.
The 2/3 that care about recycling, we can educate them, and that's been shown to be effective. The 1/3 that essentially aren't educatable, I'm not sure that's a good word, but those that can't be educated, removing the recycle cart has been shown to be the most effective process that we can have. And that's the ultimate state. When they have proven over a 4-time period that they are not willing to follow the rules, because we will have education, we will be talking to them individually. When they have reached that point 4 times and they say, we're just going to continue to contaminate, that's the point that we say enough is enough.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with what you're trying to do, David. I appreciate what your efforts here, and I wish you the best of luck. I just don't know how successful you're going to be, and we'll see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hernandez?
I've gotten more complaints on this than I got on the tree thing. It was, you know, I would get texts like, no trash police or no recycle police. And I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm wondering if the fining process is just, it seems to me if you find the egregious, you know, with yard full of yard waste, or, you know, it's just trash, just pick up the cart. They're obviously not, you know, learning. You know, I hate somebody to get fined that, you know, put HEB bags in with their recycling, because they think it's recyclable. It seems, let's go after the egregious guys and just pick up the cart and be done with it. Why go through this whole process?
This is a culmination of the discussion we had last time at the meeting. This was my understanding of the direction of the council. If the council wants to go in a different direction, we can make an amendment to change it to remove the cart on the 3rd time. But we have felt that based on our studies, the other cities that we've compared to the national research that we've done, we feel that this is a prudent method to move forward. We feel that this is a way that we can educate the 2/3 of the people who want to do a good job and are trying to do a good job, yet have an avenue to deal with the 30% who apparently don't care. And so we're trying to move it forward. We're trying to be careful with those who want to do a good job, because the majority of the people want to recycle properly. Remember, 70% of the people are trying to do it right. They need a little education. They need a little guidance on some points. And those aren't the ones that we want to punish. That's why we've got a 2-strike education program. The service fee of $25 is a special collection charge. It's not really a fine. And then after that, that's the time that we remove the cart. So we're flexible. We're trying to work with the customers. We're trying to move the recycling program forward. We have a good program, and we want to make it better.
Okay, so I'm just looking at your what's in your presentation here in terms of what your cost is. $126. I'm sorry. What is that? Oh, your fences. $25 collection fee. Well, I'm fine with this. I think maybe you should, if you're going to find someone that's doing egregious stuff from the get-go, I doubt you're going to get them. You're going to train them in anything. It might be just more prudent to, pick up the blue cart if it's full of yard waste. If your point is a third of the people don't want, or a majority of them are the contaminators, and they don't want to be educated, I don't want to waste too much time on this, going through this, several levels of training, so to speak, or offenses, or, well, anyway, I'll leave it to your guys' discretion. I think what you got is okay. Like I said, I got the complaints I'm getting are, no trash police or no recycle police, but I get what you're trying to do, but I think you should probably pull them sooner rather than later.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. I have a statement. How do you know, or how did you come about that it's a third of the people that are not in compliance? How did we come up with that number?
There is the Solid Waste Association of North America. We use it, call it SWANA, but it's a national organization of trash and recycling professionals throughout the country. There are actually chapters worldwide. SWANA is the one that we're a member of. They have what they call the Applied Research Foundation, which is a subgroup within the association that has gone out and actually performed studies on a nationwide basis where they have looked at the contamination. They've done a lot of research into it. I can't tell you exactly how they came up with those numbers, but based on the studies that they have done in many, many recycling programs across the country, the metrics that they have developed, that's the numbers that they've come up with. About 30% of the customers generate about 2/3 of the contamination.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you have a comment?
Motion to approve.
Okay, it's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Do we have to take that to the public for comments?
We do.
Okay. I'll open it for public comment. Is there anyone that wishes to address this item? Okay, I close it. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passed.
Who said
One
no?
opposed. Mr. Pusley.
Mr. Plessy? Okay, so Mr. Plessy voted no. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Motion passes. Okay, moving to item O, briefings. Item 21, water utility staff will provide a seawater desalination briefing. Mr. Murphy. Bring up all your team.
The audience just got bigger.
It's half the audience is there, man.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Manager. So we're here today to revisit our last workshop back in July. There were several questions posed to city staff that you'd asked us to look into and find answers to. And so we're coming before you again today with those, with the goal in mind of eventually getting ourselves into an executive session to talk about land acquisition. Okay? So we're going to start off. We got a I don't see our presentation. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. All right, so our agenda is going to be very brief, and we're going to walk through it very quickly. I know it's been a long day for everybody. So at first I want to do is introduce the panel of these fine men and women who've come in behind me. So we got Kevin Norton, our Director of Water Utilities, Gabe Ramirez, Assistant Director over Water Quality and Treatment, Daniel Dang, who is our Assistant Director over Wastewater Treatment, Esteban Steve Ramos is our Water Resource Manager, Maria Corona, our Compliance Superintendent in Water Resources, Amber Otting, our Manager over Communications and Public Affairs, and then Jason Conklin, which is our Friesen Nichols Owner's Rep. So thank you all for coming. So our first item, I know this is a very busy slide, so I'm going to ask Amber to go over this slide in detail. It's very interesting in what she did to research this.
Where's Waldo? Council, thank you for having us here today. I'm Amber Otting, and what you have before you, I'll give a brief introduction. This is a history and timeline of Corpus Christi water in the coastal bend. And as we were prepping this morning, Gabe said to me, well, don't they already know this? And I said, yes, Gabe, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. But I'm proud to present this to you, a couple of reasons. I'm seeing my 4-year degree in history coming to fruition, so it came in handy putting this together. But I used a couple resources, and I came at this as an outsider looking in. I'm not from this area. I'm a transplant to the coastal bend. So we have 2 books that we have at our disposal at Water Utilities. One is one that we call the Blue Book, which is by Atlee Cunningham, and it gives a history of Corpus Christi water. And another one is a book that was given to Brett and I when we first moved here by Christine Bryant, and it's Corpus Christi, A History. So I used both of those as references to understand how the history and how water shapes the history. One thing before I turn this over to Esteban, this timeline does a very good job of showing the parallels of drought and the innovation of people in this area to leverage the resources available as we dealt with growth, drought, and moving forward. But what it fails to do is it fails to show those times when we dealt with significant moments of 3-month periods and 6-month periods of drought. And I can tell you, having gone through the NOAA tracker all the way back to the late 1800s, that happens in this region all the time. More often than not, the coastal bend is fluxed with drought than not in drought. So it was a very interesting project for me to work on. I obviously learned a ton about the area, and with that, I will turn this over to Esteban.
Thank you, Amber. For the record, hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you very much for having me. For the record, my name is Esteban Ramos. I'm the Water Resource Manager for the City of Corpus Christi Water Utilities. In my previous job, before coming back home, I was a South Texas and Concho Water Master for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. I worked with many communities and landowners in South Texas through the 2011-2014 drought of record. I saw that communities need to learn from past droughts and prepare for future droughts. The City of Corpus Christi, I can proudly say, has a long history of addressing its water supply needs. From the start, this area has identified water as a valuable resource. In the 1830s, with the establishment of a trading post, saw the need for a dependable water supply. As the area began to grow, with General Zachary Taylor and his army, the need to expand our area's water supply was felt. Droughts and the need to manage their impact on a growing community became a way of life. By the mid-1800s, the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County were established. Some of the first things that our newly formed community did was to protect its drinking water by creating rules. From the 1890s to the early 1900s, the area saw more droughts and a need to produce water from the Nueces River. And so, we began by building a water works system. This water works system would also see an expansion in the same time period. As more people moved into the area, exponential droughts put more pressure on the waterworks system. As a new idea was born, the feasibility of a dam on the Nueces River. A dam on the Nueces River was constructed, La Fruta Dam, but shortly after being constructed, it failed in 1930. By the middle of the 30s, the dam was fixed and renamed Corpus Christi Dam in Lake Corpus Christi. In the 1940s to 50s, we saw more extreme drought conditions. But now, with rapid growth and the need to expand and secure our area's water supply, a new dam was being planned and permits were granted by the state in 1952 over protests from landowners in Gem Wells and Live Oak counties. The new dam system was to be named Wesley Seal Dam in Lake Corpus Christi. The state of Texas and this area still saw and felt the worst drought of record to this point in the 1950s. Growth in Corpus Christi and the area still needed more water. By the middle of the 1950s, a new filtration plant began to be constructed by the 1960s. Record daily water use was being seen, but exceptional to extreme drought conditions were still being recorded. So the hunt for the next new water supply began again. In 1965, the preliminary plans for Choke Canyon Dam and Reservoir began. By 1972, the City of Corpus Christi and the Nueces River Authority worked with the Bureau of Reclamation and agreed to sponsor Choke Canyon Dam. A permit was issued in 1982. Shortly after, the gates were closed and the reservoir began to fill with water. Choke Canyon was not filled completely until 1987 for the first time. The late 1980s and 90s saw more exceptional to extreme drought conditions, and the need for more water for our growing area remained. The city still faced droughts, and seeing a need to protect its future, entered into a water supply agreement with the Lavaca Navidad River Authority for water out of Lake Texana and purchased run-of-the-river rights on the Colorado River. The Mary Rose Pipeline, Phase 1 and 2, were built and were brought online in 1998 and 2016 to bring this much-needed water to our community. The region faced its worst drought of record in 2011 to 2013. The drought rewrote our record books and established a new low for water supply in our area. With that, a search for a new water supply began again. Seawater desalination in this area had been studied for many years, but by 2014, 2017, it became a feasible drought-proof water supply project based on economic feasibility, environmentally responsibility, and sustainable goals. The city then established a trigger point and created a clear and friendly economic path with the creation of a drought exemption surcharge fee and the use of a low-interest loan from the Texas Water Development Board to finance the project. By 2020, the city was on the path to another extreme drought, but had begun all the hard work to identify seawater desalination as a drought-proof water supply for the region, thereby planning for today and being prepared for the future. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Esteban. So the reason, and thank you to Amber and Steve for putting that presentation together. There's a lot of work, a lot of research that went into that. A lot of this you already know. But we felt it was very important to compile this information together because it clearly shows that the next drought is imminent. It's not if it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. So Steve, is it accurate to say that as time has gone on, since we started tracking this back in 1892 up until the 2011-14 drought of record, that the timeline between droughts is obviously getting shorter?
Yes, it's actually getting shorter and more intense. So we're having more intense droughts. The cycle is about every 5 to 6 years, but the intensity of these droughts have really changed.
So like the leaders before you, council, these decisions have been a part of of Corpus Christi's tapestry. It is what it is, and it's going to happen again. But like those leaders before you, these tough decisions like the one before you with desalination is upon us. We're at that precipice to make this call. So this is why I wanted to bring this today, and this document is for you to keep. And so again, thank you, Amber and Steve, for putting that together. All right, just before we get into the body of the presentation, just to remind everyone of the partners who have got us to this point today. We've got Frieza Nichols, who is our owner's representative, Water Globe Consultants, who had a big part in the financing, feasibility, and technology of the desal plan. Plummer and Associates, who were our environmental consultants on the project, and then, of course, the Texas Water Development Board, who is helping finance the project. All right, so some of the questions that came up at the last work session. One of the questions was if we had a magic wand, I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. If we had a magic wand or funding, financing, and time was no object, what would the perfect plant look like? What would that cost? To give you some perspective of what it would look like. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Water Utilities and Maria to go through this. So Kevin, if you'd take it away. Or Maria, I'm sorry.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This following information that we're providing is in response of the questions that you all had during the last council workshop in July. And the question of having a plant with the intake and discharge to the Gulf was brought up. The question is, what would this look like and how much could it cost? And to keep the cost comparable to what we have presented in the past as far as plant sizes, we calculated the preliminary cost of a 20 to 30 million gallon a day plant and what that would look like. Based on the discharge and intake locations recommended by a study conducted by the Texas General Land Office and the Texas Park and Wildlife that was conducted in 2018, the location for this conceptual plant would be south of the Flower Bluff area near the Laguna Madre. The intake and discharge pipeline would cross the Laguna Madre and the barrier island and would go out into the Gulf for at least 3 miles. This plant's preliminary cost would be approximately $700 million with approximately 15 miles of new pipeline for intake, discharge, and distribution. The environmental impacts due to the dredging in the Laguna Madre and crossing the barrier island with new infrastructure such as these pipelines is currently unknown, and permitting from state and federal agencies would still be required at this time. This location was identified by that study, and we concluded that it would be the best option based on where our current water demand is, which is in Nueces County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. I think, Councilman Martinez, this was one of your questions that you brought up at the workshop. And so we called it the Gulf because it's obvious, because this is where the intake and discharge would have to go 3 miles out into the Gulf. But it's not that part. I mean, that does make it very, very expensive, but it's getting to the other side of the barrier island before we actually go into the Gulf that makes this such an expensive undertaking because of the environmental impacts and the protections that would have to be put in place and then the amount of time that would take. So this site was looked at, but it did not make it into the top 21 just because of the cost and the complexities of the environmental impact. Okay. So the second question was, let's say we didn't do a phase 1 or a phase 2. We didn't do the Inner Harbor or the La Quinta, but on the north side of the bay, we did what we're calling, this is our words, not yours, Council, but what we're calling a mega plant, which is the combination of phases 1 and 2 into one plant. So, Maria. Okay, I'm sorry, I got it backwards.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So we evaluated this idea and concluded that a mega plant would be 70 million gallons per day on the La Quinta Channel. The sizing comes from the maximum production capacity of our 2 proposed locations. The 30 MGD plus the 40 MGD equals 70 MGD. plus the requirement for a site that's large enough for a 70 million gallon per day production capacity and also located as close as possible to the demand area to reduce transmission cost, which would again be the La Quinta channel for this particular idea. So building a plant that's expandable from 20 million gallons per day to 70 million gallons per day sounds very, very enticing, but we found it will be very, very expensive. Our current requirement is 10 to 20 million gallons per day, so starting at that size, what you have to do is you either end up building and paying for 2 or 3 additional plants to expand from, say, like 20 to 50 to 70 million gallons per day as your demand increases over time, or you have to start off huge, like 50 million gallons per day, before expanding to 70 million gallons per day. So location impacts the cost more than the production capacity, as having to convey the water to the right places can be very costly. So for cost reference, please recall the July 2021 workshop that discussed a $343 million La Quinta plant, that's 20 million gallons per day, with a transmission pipeline to convey water to Corpus Christi where the demand is. The cost estimate was $343 million for this 20 MGD plant and pipeline. And one thing that we did not highlight in depth 2 months ago was the pump station that would be required to move the water over 50 feet in elevation uphill from the La Quinta area, which is about 30 feet in elevation, to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant in Cal Allen, which is about 82 feet. So ultimately, building a 70 million gallon per day plant at the La Quinta site, including piping the water back to Nueces County, will cost around $1 billion. If we go big for economy of scale and start with a 50 million gallon per day plant expandable to 70, that cost is estimated at $560 million, plus $130 million to expand to 70 million gallons per day, plus the cost of the transmission pipeline and pump station, which is around $150 million. So we're looking at total estimate around $850 million for the plant there. If we start off at a smaller size, meeting our current requirement now, say 28 million gallons per day, and then expand it 1 or 2 more times with additional intake and discharge pipes, plus the equipment to reach the 70 million gallon per day production capacity, then the cost estimate's going to be higher, and it's going to be around $1 billion. For comparison purposes, the cost estimate for the separate 2-phase plant, the Inner Harbor plus the La Quinta, with both sites fully built out for a total of 70 million gallons per day, is $680 million. And that's broken out as $280 million for the Inner Harbor built out to 30 million gallons per day, and $400 million for the La Quinta site built out to 40 million gallons per day. And another consideration is the environmental impact.
I'm sorry, 280 million for
Inner
up
Harbor?
to 30 million, 30,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
MGDs.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Inner Harbor, and what
Yep.
was the second one?
$400 million for the La Quinta site that
Right.
built out to 40 million gallons per day.
Okay.
And another consideration is the environmental impact in a single area versus 2 areas. Additional planning a plant like this requires, we'd have to start over with the TCEQ permitting process, and additional permitting from state and federal agencies would be required.
400. Yes. 2 sites.
Sir.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Let me back you up here just a minute, Kevin, because I'm getting lost in the math here. We now have permits in Inner Harbor and La Quinta in process, okay?
Correct.
The size of the plant that we're planning to build, if we get to Inner Harbor and we decide, this council decides that's where we want to go, what would that plant size be? 10 MGD, 20 MGD, what?
It could be either 10 or 20, but maximum is 30 million gallons per day production.
Okay, so let's just say it's going to be 30. And that's going to be the size we're going to build, whether it is or not. And that's going to be X cost. So why are we talking about 70 MGD at La Quinta? So if we go to La Quinta instead of the Inner Harbor, we would still more than likely build a maximum size 30 MGD a day plant at this point in time, correct?
Well, we could, but the direction that we were given, the task we were given was to go for a mega plant, one large plant at one site, And the La Quinta, just
Well,
because of the.
I think the direction was, the benefit of La Quinta was to give us the expandability to going to a larger plant, not that we would start out at that size. And
Right,
so.
yeah. Maybe I can help address that.
What I'm afraid, and so I'm making this point, Kevin, because I think what you're doing is you're using math at La Quinta that's not comparable to what we would do in Inner Harbor to make La Quinta look like it's not the place we ought to go. And so you got to compare apples to apples here. Now, the difference in La Quinta and Inner Harbor is the transmission of the water from point A to point B. Okay? So whether, let me back up, let me correct myself. It would also be what the cost of the property would be. That has to be factored in at whichever location we selected.
Yes, sir.
But I just want us to be fair in looking at these two locations with respect to how we do the math. So if we were going to talk about a mega site, that would be if we had the demand for a mega site. And right now, I don't think we do, unless I'm miscalculating things.
You're correct,
Now, if
sir.
the city of San Antonio calls us next week and says, hey, guys, if y'all can get a desal plant permitted, we'll buy 30 MGD a day, then we need to be talking about a mega site.
Councilman, if I may, Kevin. So the question posed from council at the workshop was if we combined, instead of doing a phase one, phase two, we combined both sites into one plant. And that's where Kevin's numbers max, and that's why we're calling it the mega plant. We're not proposing this as the La Quinta site. The La Quinta site is separate from this particular conversation.
Right.
What we're trying to give council is an idea, if you built it out to the maximum capacity, what would that look like? And so
Okay.
if you create a site that is capable of sometime in the future producing upwards of 50 million gallons per day, you have to start with the infrastructure for a 50 million gallon per day plant. And that is the question, is there someone, or is there an entity that would take that much water? And of course, the answer right now is no, there's not. So so that's why you would have to build a pipeline back to the city. And this is what Kevin is saying in his presentation, you can't size you can't size a plant at 20 million gallons per day and then have to increase it by two and a half times, or 3.5 times, 3.5 times if you go to the 20 million gallon per day plant. It's just not engineeringly feasible.
No.
But what we're trying to do is just give you a cost of what that would look like if we did build this massive, probably the largest, it would be the largest plant in the country if
Yeah,
we did that.
I mean, the plant in California, the name escapes me right now. as much as I-
Carlsbad.
Carlsbad, yeah. That's a 50 MGD
Yeah.
plant.
So you can see that,
Well,
but if we're going back to just our original two sites based on permits, you got the Inner Harbor and La Quinta site, then the La Quinta site is a 340, like Kevin said in the first bullet point, is a $340 million plant. Because we will talk about the pipeline that we'll have to build back to the city.
Okay, $340 million at how many MGD?
What does that give us, 20 to 30?
20?
But that includes pipeline.
And so
That includes
that's
the pipeline,
some amount of
yes,
money
ma'am.
for pipeline to get back to
Right,
Owen. If we have to go all the way to Owens.
right. So 340 million.
All right. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Right.
Yeah, no,
We're not
your question
confusing
is a
them
good
out.
one, but it's a little bit different. What the question we're answering and the question you're asking are a little bit different. Because the La Quinta and Inner Harbor site, those numbers have not changed. But what does change is if we try to combine that into one large
Yeah.
mega site capable of producing up to 70 million gallons per day.
Okay, but we have to be careful about the numbers we talk about in this meeting because they get transposed into something that's entirely different,
No, I understand.
okay?
That's why I wanted to make sure that we clarify that. This is just a what-if
Right.
scenario that was posed to us to answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, Councilman, oh, I'm sorry. I don't think we have any other questions right now.
Okay, thank you. So the next question was I forgot, I'm controlling things here, okay. So the next question was the San Patricio municipal water district pipeline. And so, again, Kevin is going to walk us through that. And we do have representatives from San Patricio here, and I have had a conversation with them as recently as this past Friday about, right now, there is just no interest, no feasibility, or no reason why this would happen. But we'll talk about that here in a minute. Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Yeah, like the COO said, from San Patricio Municipal Water District, they're not in favor of this idea of having the pipeline that, it's the existing one. The pipeline that we're talking about I guess the whole idea was to build the La Quinta plant, provide water to GCGV, and then use the existing San Patricio pipeline to transport water back to the city of Corpus Christi, rather than right now that pipeline, the water goes from the Owen Stevens treatment plant to GCGV. So San Patricio Municipal Water District, they're not in favor of this idea. Said there's too many financial obstacles to make this feasible and no business or logical reasons to do this. Kind of a best case scenario on this is that the city would buy the line for $50–60 million so that San Pat Water District can pay off the debt service they owe. And then all the contracts would have to get revised. San Pat's contract with GCGV, our contract with San Pat Municipal Water District. And you can see on the map here, but I mentioned the pump station. Same situation here. A pump station would need to be constructed to move the water over 50 feet uphill in elevation from the La Quinta area, which again is about 30 feet elevation, to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant in Cal Allen, which is about 82. And the reason for doing that is there's an existing easement that's there, and so we're trying to make this, we're being like super conservative and assuming that we're able to use the easement. They've got the pipeline there, and it goes already back to Owen Stevens, and then it'd go out to our city distribution. So you'd need to construct that pump station there. Another concern, this is over 20-mile pipeline. It's the degradation of the water quality in the pipeline. The water is going to require additional treatment and blending once it gets to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant before we send it out to the city's distribution system. And that's going to require some infrastructure there. You're going to have to construct another clear well for the chlorine contact time so that you can treat it and blend it before sending it out to the city. So in effect, we would be treating the water twice before it goes to the city distribution system. And we'd also miss our original target of a drought-proof water supply. GCGV would only have one water source from the La Quinta desalination plant. And when that plant is down for maintenance or an emergency weather, algal blooms, or even just, kind of at a reduced capacity, then they're going to be impacted, with not having enough water for their production requirements. So in summary, taking over this pipeline is just not a good idea.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton, did y'all have a meeting? Did y'all sit down and have a meeting, or was this a phone call, or what?
With San Patricio?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they met?
No, this was a phone call between myself and Brian Williams. He's the general manager.
And he's here with
for
us
San
today, if
Patricio.
anybody has any questions. Brian Williams is here.
I think we're probably all very interested in a lot of the points you just made, if they were his points, as far as some of the reasons. I mean, you clearly mentioned them, but it sounds like y'all went over some general why nots. I'd like to hear a little bit more in depth as to some of those obstacles.
Oh, hey, Brian.
Pull this down. Brian Williams, I'm General Manager, San Patricio Municipal Water District. As was discussed, I guess the question is, could the line that was constructed from Owen Stevens to our West Portland pump station and on to the Gulf Coast Growth Ventures facility, could it be used to transport water back to Owen Stevens? And I want to look at it from a regional perspective. I am the general manager, and I do have a fondness for San Patricio Municipal Water District, but in the time that I've been down here, 10 years, I've been treated with a lot of respect by the city of Corpus Christi, and how we've been involved in the process from the very beginning. Back in 2014, The city, I think, had city staff working with them. They've been very open to discussions on how best to develop water for the region. So I want to think about it from a regional perspective. The Exxon, we'll call it the Exxon pipeline, was built to deliver water from Owen Stevens to the Gulf Coast Growth Ventures facility. It was paid for by Exxon. I guess one of the things that was mentioned, there is no debt service on that pipeline right now, but it does belong to San Patricio Municipal Water District. And as a team player, if that made sense to deliver water back to the Owen Stevens plant, we would definitely consider that. But I think one of the terms that was mentioned, financial obstacles, if you built the plant first at adjacent to our facility on the La Quinta side, you would still have to figure out how to deliver water from the La Quinta plant to the GCGV site. There's not a big enough pipeline to do that currently. So you're probably looking at $25 million for a pipeline to deliver that water. If there were excess water to send beyond the Exxon plant back to Owen Stevens, you'd have to put a pump station, probably another $10 million. And then you get water to Owen Stevens, and from a regional perspective, I don't know that y'all need any additional water at Owen Stevens right now, because you would take off not having to deliver 25 million gallons a day to Exxon, so what do you do with that water at Owen Stevens? So I don't really think that makes business sense to do it that way. So I don't know if I've addressed all the concerns on that, but I'll be glad to talk some more. I know there's other things people want to talk about, but I just don't think it makes a business, you can't make a business sense to do that.
Okay. So the pipeline, what was the cost of that pipeline, Brian?
About $50 million.
And Exxon paid for that?
Yes,
But you guys own it?
we own it.
Okay. So this is your opinion?
This is my opinion. And I will say that since 2014, I've been working with the city, with the industries, developing this project, going through the project definition package, siting, location,
Sure.
everything from the very beginning. And I don't see a good business reason to look at the La Quinta site as the first location.
Okay.
Just makes more sense. Additionally, right now, we do 22 million gallons a day on our site, and about half of that goes to industry, half goes to municipal customers. So if a plant was developed for 20 to 30 to 40, I don't know that we would have use for the water with our customers. It would be for the Exxon site, and we'd have to look at the contractual issues. I have a contract with the city of Corpus for that treated water. Gulf Coast Growth Ventures has a contract with me. There are certain provisions in that. The costs are laid out, so I think you'd have to, from Exxon's perspective, I think you'd have to look at the chemistry of that water, because the chemistry is going to be different. RO water versus surface water that they've developed their host site based on the current surface water scenario. So there's a lot of implications in trying to move forward with that direction.
Okay. Councilman Smith?
Thank you. Brian, you said servicing out of your plant 22 million gallons a day. But the Gulf Coast Joint Ventures and Steel Dynamics, is that in your service area?
It's in my service area, yes.
But it's, Steel Dynamics is directly fed out of Mary Roads, right?
Raw water. They're a raw water customer,
And-
not a treated water customer.
And Gulf Coast Joint Ventures is fed out of the Owen Stevens.
Yes, sir.
So it's even though it's in your service area, it's coming from Corpus Christi.
I buy the water from the city of Corpus at Sharpsburg Road.
Steve, how much are we pumping right now out of Owen Stevens?
At Owen Stevens, we're pumping on a daily basis about 75 MGD.
Okay, so we're running about 75 MGD as opposed to his $22 million. And so, but the La Quinta proposal would be putting our desal plant right in the middle of a 22 million gallon a day demand rather than adjacent to a 70 what million?
75.
75 million on there. So is that part of your concern, Brian?
Yes, we are regional customers of the city of Corpus, so if business decisions are made that escalate the cost of water, we end up paying for some of that.
Yeah. And as far as you've been the director of SandPat since 2014? 12. And you're a PE?
I'm a professional engineer, bachelor's and a master's in civil engineering from Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
I have a wastewater and water license, and been in the business 30-plus years.
Okay, so you kind of know what you're talking about.
I hope so.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so what type of water does Growth Ventures take from Owen Stevens? Is it treated raw water or what?
Potable water.
It's potable water?
Potable quality water.
Okay. Is that what they wanted?
They could have taken in the original discussions, they could have taken lesser quality water, but somewhere between potable and raw. But their system now has been designed for the potable water, potable quality water.
So do they do a rebalance of the water when they get it?
I don't think they do a whole lot to it.
Okay.
Of treatment, further treatment to the water.
Before that pipeline was built, how did SandPat get the water from Corpus Christi?
We have 2 raw water pipelines. One, we have our own pump station on the Nueces River that brings in raw water, and then we have a tap on the Mary Roads pipeline that we bring in raw water, and we treat it at our facility close to Ingleside.
Okay, so there's some pipelines that exist that are not on this map we're looking at.
Probably the same corridor.
It is, right. It's the same route as the Browns pipeline.
And what size are those pipes, Kevin?
Well, Brian's pipe?
You know, the ones that he was using before this new $50 million pipeline. This is a 24-inch line that they're dealing with now. So he acquired water through 2 pipelines before this one was built, right?
Yeah, I don't know the size of the pipeline. I think it's fairly small though.
We have a 36-inch raw water line that comes from the Nueces River. We have a 24-inch line that's the old Reynolds aluminum, called the Reynolds aluminum line that went in the 50s, which isn't currently in service, but we're in the process of replacing it now, 24-inch. And then we have the new 48-inch. And we've got a couple other pipelines that send water back out towards Odom. So there's about 4 or 5 pipelines that we have down County Road 1906.
Okay. So this pipeline you've got shown on here, is that a 48-inch pipeline? 24. Or 20?
I'm
It
not
says
sure what you're
24
showing.
on.
The 48-inch. It's a 24. Yeah. 24. The 48-inch, which is about this route, it was designed to deliver about 25 million gallons a day of water, if that's maybe the direction that you're going.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, so out of all the, Brian, all the things you brought up, the one issue that is very viable is the fact that if we built a desal plant at the La Quinta site and we were pumping water back through this pipeline that Exxon paid for and you now own, if our desal plant went down for whatever reason, then we've got Growth Ventures without water, okay? So that was your point you were making a while ago.
I was the one that mentioned that one, sir.
Okay, well, whoever mentioned it.
There could potentially be a reliability
A
issue.
reliability issue. So-
That if a plant at La Quinta went down for a period of time and you didn't have enough storage, you
So what
need
I'm
to
trying
figure
to
out how
figure,
to
yeah, what
turn
I'm
that
trying to
pipeline.
figure out is where we would have a backup pipeline. One that we could, if there's one that they used before or one that we could take advantage of without using their $50 million pipeline, does that exist?
I don't believe that exists, because all those pipelines that we discussed are currently feeding raw water to San Pat.
Okay, so this pipeline you show on this map, the only place it goes to is the Growth Ventures?
It goes to that pump station, and then it goes up to GCGV.
But not all the water coming through there goes to Growth Ventures?
That path, yes.
So are we talking?
We're talking-
70 million gallon a day plant or?
No, we're talking that pipeline, that path.
The existing, okay.
This right now
Okay.
goes,
It does not go beyond Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, is that what we're asking?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, it does not.
Okay, so it doesn't supply any water to your municipal customers?
No, sir, no, sir.
Okay.
We're supplying all of our municipal customers, all of our municipal customers and our other industrial customers from our facility at Ingleside.
Okay. And your facility at Ingleside is supplied by another pipeline?
Two pipelines.
Two pipelines.
A raw water line from the Nueces River and a tap on the Mary Roads pipeline, and
Okay.
they converge on this side of Taft.
Okay, now I got it. Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's all I have right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Continue? Okay. So just a quick reminder, I've asked Maria to put together a very brief synopsis of the environmental impact discharge study that we talked about during the workshop. So she's going to take just a couple of minutes and just remind council of what that looks like.
Okay, this will just be a recap from our July presentation from our dispersion modeling that was conducted by Plummer, who are here in the room today if anybody has any technical questions. And that dispersion modeling has been turned to TCEQ for review. That modeling concluded that there would be a negligible impact to the bay and aquatic life, including the oysters. This will be achieved using jet diffusion, as recommended by Hart Research Institute, as a submerged diffuser provides the best and most effective method for diluting and dispersing discharge. The discharge is measured in an area around the diffusers, which are zones, or they're called mixing zones, and they're used to measure the seawater versus discharge amounts. We established salinity limits for the different zones based on tolerances of various native species throughout the different life stages. And we verified through the dispersion modeling that there will be a negligible impact to the bay and the aquatic life. And to explain a little bit further, the average salinity of the bay is approximately 32 parts per thousand. In our dispersion modeling, we found that at the edge of the initial zone of dilution, which is 50 feet, and to put that into perspective, we put some picture here on the slide. 50 feet is about half the distance from home plate to first base. The salinity at that zone will be approximately 42 parts per thousand. For the next zone, it's called the aquatic life mixing zone, and that is about 200 feet from the jet diffusers. And that distance, to put that into perspective, is approximately the distance from home plate to second base. And the salinity at the edge of that zone would be approximately 35 parts per thousand. And once you get to 400 feet, the salinity will be back to ambient salinity, which is about the 32 parts per thousand. And just a fun fact, the salinity in the Gulf is currently about 36 parts per thousand. And to summarize all that I just said, I know I went through it very quickly, but with our dispersion modeling, We observed that all the salinity levels at the edge of those zones would be protective of the aquatic life and would have negligible impacts to the bay. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria.
Yes. Do we have any, Mr. Presley?
So we had an engineer that talked this morning during open session who said that your flush flow calculations are incorrect. So what he was stating was that the water we're going to disperse into the inner harbor is not going to get flushed out into the open bay fast enough. So is that true or not true?
If I understood his comments correctly, what he was trying to say is that he thought the dispersion modeling that we did was very good. What he wanted to see was a little bit more on how the salinity would be dispersed out of the bay into the Gulf, and that's something that it's not specifically a part of the dispersion modeling for the TCEQ review.
Okay, let's get our owners rep up here right quick.
Good afternoon. I actually thought Mr. White's comments were really, really helpful, and the fact that he'd read the whole report, you know, I admire that. Dr. Toe, who's here, is a PhD with Plummer. In the back, I'll try to answer this, and then if we need to go to Dr. Toe, we will. So as part of the modeling, TCEQ would allow you to use an assumption for background velocities.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Jason, would you
Yes.
let us know your title and what is your role with here?
Yes, I think most of you are familiar. Jason Coughlin, I'm a professional engineer and board-certified environmental engineer with Freese & Nichols here in Corpus Christi. I moved down here 7 years ago to work on desalination initiatives for the city. So I've got a phenomenal team behind me. I'm the guy you get to see once in a while, but we have a really deep bench. Would you like for me to introduce folks?
Yes.
Or,
Just-
okay.
I mean, you could just raise your hand.
Yeah, on the right, Jorge Arroyo, desal expert, has been doing desal in Texas for 20 years, has done desal internationally as well, led the Innovative Water Technologies group at Texas Water Development Board for quite a while. Incredible desal resource. Dr. Ernest Toe, PhD in dispersion modeling, one of the best in Texas when it comes to modeling the dispersion of desal concentrate. Bob Pence, who's the Freese & Nichols chairman of the board. Mark Evans, who's our funding expert, worked with the Texas Water Development Board for quite a while before that, commercial banker. And you may be starting to realize why we were selected for this project based on our qualifications. We put together a really comprehensive team. Dave Buzan in the back. Gosh, I admire Dave so much. I could say a lot about him. But Dave is a coastal ecologist, has dedicated his career to restoration and habitat ecology along the Texas coast. Just an incredible career. He's got awesome stories. As much as I love the coast, Dave is a great guy to talk to. And then moving on to the left, well, Brian Williams has been involved since the beginning as well, Bob Paulison, and then Ron Guzman, who's our principal in charge here in Corpus Christi, and then Leah Olivery, who takes care of our PR and outreach. So that's our team, and that's who I am. Thanks for entertaining that. Councilman Pusley, on the modeling itself, TCEQ would allow you as part of their protocol to just put in an assumption for background velocities. We didn't think that was protective enough of the environment, so we worked with the Texas Water Development Board to borrow a couple of instruments and actually install them in the ship channel. We put it in the ship channel for 6 months. Dave actually led that effort, worked with Flint Hills to get on the dock and put this instrument in. And what that instrument does is actually measure velocity, direction, and flow in the channel, not only throughout time, but across the depth and across the width of the channel. It's really a fascinating technology. It breaks the water body up into packets. It says this packet is moving this direction at this speed. So what we did was we looked at that data over 6 months. We took the aggregate of all of that, and we actually saw a net flow in the channel. Now, it was lower than what TCEQ would allow us to assume, which is good. So we weren't being unprotective. We wanted to be really realistic. A model is only as good as its inputs. So the conversation that I would like to have with Mr. White is about that data that we got on actually monitoring the in-channel velocities, because what that shows us is you do have a net flow and flushing velocity. that allows that to disperse. The one thing I can't answer, and I may ask Dr. Toe to, is the timeline for the dispersion modeling. It's not instantaneous. It's not, we put 1 million gallons of concentrate out, stop, here's your salinity at the mixing zone. It's over long term. So the thresholds at those mixing zones are achieved even after a year of dispersing concentrate, even after 2 years of dispersing concentrate. So we don't see that risk of accumulation. And I think if I had that conversation with Mr. White, that's what he would be interested in knowing about.
Have a net flow, so that means that over X period of time, whatever that is, that the net effect is no change in the salinity concentration of the inner harbor.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Over a very short period of time, Mr. White is correct. You see some impacts due to tidal exchange, where you see some flow to the west, some flow to the east. But there is a net positive flow in the channel that provides for that flushing.
Well, those ships and tugboats and barges that go up and down that ship channel have to have an effect on that. They can't not have an effect on it.
So do all of the freshwater dischargers to the west. So you have a lot of industries and large volume users along the channel contributing to the volume of the channel with their discharges.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere for it to go to the west, so that's a big driver in a net flow to the east.
Yeah.
You also, on the north side of the channel, have the Nueces Bay Power Center that moves about 400 million gallons a day. So you have a lot of dynamics in that channel.
So, yeah, so that was the other point I wanted to make, is how many thousands of gallons of water, or how many millions of gallons of water, fresh water, go into that inner harbor on a yearly basis, or on a, monthly basis? It's a lot.
It's a lot, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's a number we never hear anybody mention, is how much fresh water is going into that inner harbor on a regular basis.
Right.
Right.
And while I'm here, I'll add one of the unique things I don't think gets talked about enough, and one of the amazing opportunities that City of Corpus Christi has, is that because you're getting water through the Mary Roads pipeline, you're actually importing fresh water from other watersheds that wouldn't ever be going into our bays and estuaries if you didn't have the Mary Roads pipeline. So I just think that's something that doesn't get highlighted enough, but yeah. Okay. Dr. Toad, did you want to add anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's good.
Okay, thank you.
We've got, hold on one sec. I think we got
Sure.
a couple more. Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, well, yeah, I got a couple actually.
Yes, sir.
One of my questions had to deal with the water exchange, and you touched on that. I would like to see a little bit more information on that, just for my own personal knowledge. Maria, you had mentioned that the discharge at the Inner Harbor site would have a negligible impact. Would there ever be a point, or I guess have you modeled what any long-term, if there would be any long-term impacts based on our discharge?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. I think I'll defer this question to Ownership Jason.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we have modeled out to 30 million gallons a day on the Inner Harbor, which is what we've requested the permit for TCEQ. And there's no long-term accumulation or impacts there in those 3 mixing zones. And then beyond that, we did do a mass balance of the bay to look at long-term potential accumulation up to 70 MGD. So that would be for the city's 2 plants, if they ever got constructed to full ultimate capacity, 30 on the Inner Harbor, 40 on the La Quinta Channel. And with both of those plants operating at full capacity, we also saw no long-term impact. Now, that was just considering the city's 2 plants, and it was based on a mass balance of the bay and some references from the Texas Water Development Board. But long-term, we don't see any impacts.
Now, would you say long-term, how many years are you talking
Well,
about?
we call it steady state, but basically you run that out to its ultimate asymptote. So, you see a potential increase, but then it eventually just levels out. It comes to equilibrium. And so you can run that out as long as you want. And it comes to an equilibrium that we don't think is a significant impact at all. It's all a negligible impact. Between 0.3 of a part per thousand and 0.6 of a part per thousand.
So how many years is that?
Oh, it could be 100 years, 1,000 years.
100 years,
As long
okay.
as you want to run them, eventually it will come to an equilibrium.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
okay. And then I myself and I believe others up here received an unsolicited proposal from CCP. Peter, have you or your staff had a chance to review that?
I'm sorry, Councilman, you could repeat that?
We received an unsolicited proposal from CCP. The council members did. I didn't notice if any of the city staff members were copied on that or made aware of that.
No, we didn't. I didn't receive anything.
I haven't-
What was
I
it
haven't
on,
seen it.
Councilman?
Oh, it was an email that we received just a few days ago
But
Yeah.
for what? For them to develop a plant or for?
for the city to partner with them to offtake some of their.
Oh, you're
their
talking
water.
about the CC, from Paul Chouse, the CC
Yes.
polymer? I did see that, yes.
Okay.
And so Councilman Pusley and Maria and I all went out there and visited with them. So they offer an interesting concept, but they have to use our pipeline to get under the bay. They do not have that to get it back to the city. So their plan is to sort of rehabilitate their existing desal plant that they have on site that is currently non-operational. They have some more work to do on that plant, and then they could offer it back to us. I believe it was somewhere around 8 to 10 million gallons per day is what they could originally offer for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, when their plant work is finished, that surplus goes back to the plant operation. And then the 2 million, then it would only be 2 million, so they would have to build another 8 to 10 million gallon capacity to get us back up to that 10 million.
Okay.
But the only way that this can work is they use our existing pipeline that we're getting ready to build under the bay because of the widening. Kevin, you can talk about that a little bit more. Why don't you talk about what that pipeline looks like and why we're building it and why we're changing the existing pipeline to that one, and we can kind of get back to your question.
And the other point about the CCP desal plant, currently it only creates raw water. So it does not.
Yeah, it's industrial.
It's industrial grade water. So they would have to, and I'm not sure in our discussion whether we got to the point where they said, yeah, we'll add whatever it takes to create potable water. So that's
Yeah.
a further discussion, I think.
So this is not CC Polymer. This is Aqua
Yeah.
Tech, I believe, is the company
Yes.
that is proposing this.
Yes.
Yeah, like Mr. Murphy was talking about with the new water line, it's because of the widening and deepening of the channel that's, of course, going all the way out. We have an existing 16-inch line, and it's too shallow, and so that's being replaced. It's going to go deeper. We're going to be replacing it with a 24-inch line. And one of the problems also, like Mr. Murphy was saying, that the only way it would work is if they put it directly into our distribution system. You have to blend it before putting it back in because the reverse osmosis water is very soft and corrosive, and so you got to blend it with city water, and so that's just another thing that they would have to do in order to make anything like that work. And their permits, yes, you're right. They're not permitted.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. In some of our public comment, there was a discussion about sludge, which had never really come up in any of our discussions before. I was wondering if you could address that.
Sure. So the comment was, if I, and help me if I get this wrong a little bit, but we would be producing a truckload of sludge every 4 minutes.
I think it was 11 minutes, but yeah,
Something like that.
something like that.
So I hate to keep bringing Jason, I don't really hate it, but so it's not accurate. So
Yeah.
let's talk about that.
So as part of the data collection, we did 12 months of water quality sampling in both locations, 12 months on the Inner Harbor, 12 months on the La Quinta Channel. And I say that to say we really know the water quality at these locations. So we know the total suspended solids, which is the critical parameter for what actually comes out in your sludge. As part of the process in the pretreatment, we will separate those total suspended solids. We know how much that is. And then you dewater it, and eventually it looks like wet coffee grounds, right? It's not dripping, but there's water content, and then there's solids content. And all of our estimates, even if you built this out to the maximum, it would be about 4 trucks a day. If this was built completely out, 4 trucks a day. And that's under not favorable conditions for the TSS. Typically, the total suspended solids is going to be between 10 and 20 parts per million. There are times, whether it's, ship traffic or dredging or other, or, if you drive by the bay on a windy day, it looks like chocolate milk. So under unfavorable conditions, we're talking about 4 trucks a day. Oh, under favorable conditions, it's a truck to 2 trucks, like a truck or truck and a half.
Okay, in terms of salinity levels, we've been contracting with the Hart Research Center for a long time with monitoring salinity levels, and it's not consistent, right? It has, depending on the time of year, it'll go up to 40 parts per thousand down to 20-something, 22 parts per thousand. How do you reflect it when you have it on the high end, on the 4 side? Does it affect it? I mean, what's your maximum salinity levels?
So we can treat the maximum salinity levels in the bay. And actually, as part of the permit, because the higher the salinity in the bay, the higher the salinity in your concentrate, right? So our permit for the discharge has to account for really high salinities in the bay. For instance, under the drought between 2011 and 2014, where there was very, very little freshwater inflows, salinities get up to 40 plus parts per thousand in the bay. So the permit is actually based on 90th percentile salinities that we see long-term. It's absolutely treatable. It's just that your concentration of total dissolved solids goes up. But from a technical perspective, we can handle it.
Meaning you can handle it by treating it and still getting the fresh water you need.
Right, so you can still
the
produce.
increased brine would add to that salinity level, right?
Help me understand that.
Well, if you're already at 40 parts per thousand and you treat it, and then you put brine back into that same water, what does that do? I mean, what kind of increase are you seeing? Are you saying it's just going to stay at the 40 parts per thousand?
No, but in the mixing zones, that does consider the 90th percentile salinity. So when we say that our target for the zone of initial dilution is 42 parts per thousand, then under the 90th percentile, there's only 10% of the time where the salinity is higher, we're going to achieve that 42. Now, the way that if you read the paper that Dr. Toe wrote and the appendix on the critical dilutions, the reason the critical dilutions are defined not as total dissolved solids, but as percent concentrate, and that's basically if you go out and you pick up a gallon of water, 91.5% of that is seawater, and then 8.5% of that is concentrate. Because you're absolutely right, the salinity changes depending on ambient, but the dilution of that concentrate doesn't. So we can achieve those targets, the permit limits that we hope TCEQ comes down with, and we've committed to in the permit application, even under those 90th percentile salinities.
Okay, from a financial perspective, we're looking at, you provided a range early on between, I guess, 350 and 450. That's a range of about $7 million when you're talking about 20 million gallons per day. I guess in this unsolicited offer of $4 per 1,000 gallons, that's, I don't know if that's necessarily enticing, but having it somewhere in the 350 range would be. What can you say to that in terms of how close can we get to the 350 versus the 450?
I can say that you are well on the way to the most economical project that you can procure. And
are you talking about government procurement?
No, I'm talking about the 5 major decisions that will be made around procurement, whether that's pulling in private industry at any step along the path, but the one decision of those 5 in the procurement method determination is financing. So I didn't really want to get into procurement right now, but I do have some references. So between ownership, which I think is very important for the city to own a facility that's going to provide water for the region. Water supply is something that my personal philosophy is a utility public entity should control. So ownership and then financing, and those are the most clear of the 5 decisions that have to be made in procurement. And the financing is only clear because you have a really unique opportunity to go to the state and get money for 2%. Now, the margins between public and private debt right now are pretty close. I mean, 2% through the state or maybe 2.6 for private. But as part of that private project, you're also going to have private equity. And that's going to come at 15+%. So, you know, it is complex, but we think it is very clear that from a financing perspective, the best value for the city is the Texas Water Development Board at 2% money.
So how does having cheap money when you're paying double for the construction?
Well, you're going to get what the market will bear for construction. And that's why it's important to make sure that the private sector comes into this in a competitive nature at the right time. So Miles is probably a lot better at this than I am, but Texas Code Title 10, Subchapter F says that a governing body of any governmental entity must determine which procurement method provides the best value for the government entity. And I think there was even a resolution a long time ago that actually established these rules, state rules, for the city. So, you know, one of the things that has to be done is that the city council, city manager must decide that a procurement method brings the best value. And those decisions are financing, ownership, design, construction, operations, and maintenance. So where we see best value, I mean, I've got opinions on this clearly, but the financing...
We haven't had a great history on maintenance, so...
But I'm not arguing any of that, but I will say where the best value is clear, and we've made that recommendation, is financing, which is why previous councils have allowed us to go to the Development Board, and this council has supported the funding through the Development Board because 2% money is the best value for the city.
I see your recommendation, but we haven't seen anything else, only your recommendation. So
well, if you can...
It's hard to make a $200 million decision on just one recommendation. So I know that I have asked several times for, it's like getting a second opinion for a surgery, right? Having more information from other sources is not, I don't want it to be, you know, detriment onto you or your recommendation. It's just having a second opinion or a third opinion. And until there's some aspect of that, it's very hard to make, you know, obligate our citizens to $200 million in financing, whether it's 2% or not. We've got to have at least some confidence that that is the best deal. And how do you?
And I agree. I agree. It is an enormous decision for the city and for the region. I think we actually have seen some validation outside of just our team. The CC Polymers proposal around $4, I think, is validation of the recommendations that we've presented. The IDE team also responded to the RFI in the same range. No one is coming around saying they can do this for $250 or $3, and we still, you know, even since the beginning, and I use the word elegant a lot when I talk about this project because I think it is very unique. You have the opportunity to do some things that other utilities and regions don't. But what is one of the most elegant components of this project is that the city has the opportunity to do what it can and take control of what it can and then transfer both risk and engage the market in a very competitive way in the RFP. Now, what's complicated about the RFP, though, is that you're asking for the private sector to come back with proposals that are binding. And so the nature of the terms in that RFP are very, very complex. An RFP that's well-defined for a project is still probably a year-long effort. An RFP that's very open-ended, where your terms have to cover every possible circumstance so that the private sector doesn't price that risk of the unknowns. You know, I wouldn't envy Mr. Risley's job in reviewing that RFP. But I do feel like we've gotten that validation both from the market and from our team. The World Bank report has validated our range of costs. Getting 2% money from the state is the best path towards that 350 number. There's no guarantees until you open the proposals, and I completely understand that.
Right, and I'll end with this, my last question here. You know, understanding that whatever we do, it's still, you know, we ultimately have to get it to assume the risk as a city. If you do a design build, we pretty much assume all the risk as the city. So whatever it ultimately comes out in cost, like Carlsbad, we have to pay for it. So what I was looking for in some of the other options was somehow to share the risk and the reward in terms of getting this water. So that's one of the things when you're making these kind of decisions, the risk, you know, for a city, for a community, for a utility is significant. You can ask people in Carlsbad or in San Diego that are paying for that water.
Right.
So,
And that was an unsolicited proposal from a private developer in Carlsbad. It was not a design build.
Ultimately, it would still, who is taking that risk, right? Who ultimately took over?
The terms of the contract were such that San Diego County Water Authority took the risk. But
Right.
that was because of the creative terms.
I wouldn't compare it to the CC Polymers because their plant is already there. And they've already got their permits. The only thing they would need to do, and I kind of disagree with Kevin there, they could add in the minerals to create it to where it matches our water, so don't necessarily
Just
have
another
to.
thing they need to do that they haven't talked about.
Well, and they haven't, right? They've designed it for their own plant, right? For water, you know, I guess you could say distilled water to a better extent, better description. But I mean, there's still options there. I think they're building in a profit margin, obviously, but you know, there's always room for negotiation.
Yeah. And I think the other,
Thank you.
we're not 100% sure that it's even allowable for CC Polymer to do what they're proposing as far as mixing private water with into our public water system. That's a big risk for us because the possibility, we have to trust them that there's not going to be a contamination. We have to make that trust with them. And to be honest with you, I don't think that's where that's not in the best interest of the city. So, because that water line that they're talking about goes into our system. That line is to produce water. Where's Gabe at? Just 1 second, because I think this is an important piece of this.
Hi, Gabriel Ramirez, Assistant Director of Water Quality and Treatment. So yes, so if we were to let a private entity control part of the water system as far as producing water and putting it into our distribution system, they would have to meet all of the stringent requirements from EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ. Now, each year there's 97 different contaminants that are tested for that we have to meet all those regulations as a public water provider, as a public water system owner. And so the private entity would have to meet all those requirements as well. And we'd have to ensure that that they would be able to meet all those requirements. The backflow is one of them. Yes.
Okay.
And we know our water system, at times it has been fragile in the past, so it's something that we take very important thing.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. But one of our proposals, we're looking strongly at design, build, operate, where we have a third party wherever we put the plant, right? So they're going to be, whether it's CC Polymers or some others, if we don't initially go into city operating, so everybody's together on that. And this is just going off of memory, but so this solicitation came out, and it's estimated at $4. It's not a hard 4 on there. It's 10 million gallons a day initially, expandable to 30 million gallons a day, coming online in about a year with it on the initial 10. There's nothing in that proposal carving it back down to 2. So it's, I think it's something we all need to look at, what's said today, make sure we're talking on what this latest proposal is. with it. And it's potable water at the fence, at the gate is how they phrase it in this unsolicited proposal. But I've got several questions. I think maybe back to Jason on there, and Councilman Hernandez brought this up on the sludge factor. So we've got a professional engineer that's been up several times, sending out a lot of emails about an amount of sludge. It's 2 orders of magnitude greater than what you're doing. So there's obviously we got 2 orders of magnitude. It's 1 truck every 3 minutes at the 30 MGD range with it, and so being able to deliver our calculations on there. So as a professional engineers, they have a higher standard that and what they need to do, I think would be helpful. We talked a lot about cost. I think all 9 of us, affordability is a key element in what we want to do. We have the drought surcharge fund sitting in there. How much capital cost can that drought surcharge fund? So we're putting in a plant, X amount of dollars, and I want to. It seems like there's been a little memory lapse. We had another workshop last year. We had 2 international firms come in here, and Jason, you remember one was 150-160 million, another 130. What for the 20 MGD plants? These were international firms that are in the design build. It's not just calling our local engineer, what does it cost? But so could you comment on that real quickly on?
Yeah, so if Councilman, if you'll refer to the slide that I just put in front of you.
Yeah.
Because we knew this was a question that you wanted an answer to. So, and this is Inner Harbor, this is just a benchmark. This is not saying we're proposing the Inner Harbor site, but this is the lowest cost site.
Yeah,
okay?
just a benchmark.
So this is what you're talking about, I do believe. So if you look at a 10 million gallon per day plant, expandable to 20, we estimate that the capital cost of that is going to be around 133 million to build.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think what we're looking at is what the cost is going to be to our customers as far as water charges. We estimate that to be in the range of $1.50 up to $1.65 over a 10-year period. Now let me say that again, over a 10-year period, which means starting, I guess, Esteban, help me here, but starting probably if we're looking at getting under construction in 27, then this number would start before that, probably in 26, 25.
Yes, so with the 10 MGD plant, with a drought surcharge exemption fee, that would cover the debt service. And then by 2031, that bill, compared to the bill that you would pay in 2022, you would see that $1.50.
So if you're Valero, it's going to cost you $1.50 more.
Yes.
At the end of 10 years,
At
not
the end
immediately.
of 10 years.
It's going to start out at 15-cent increments for the next 10 years up to that $1.50.
So it's not per month, it's $1.50 1,000?
Or 5,000.
Yeah.
For the average resident.
For the,
So, look, we got to get numbers people can understand. So it's per 1,000 gallons, that's what we bill for, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, so.
When we send the bill out, we don't send it for 5,000 gallon increments, we send it for 1,000 gallon increments.
What we were trying to do.
Why are we doing 5,000 gallons?
Yeah, so what we're trying to do in our rate model is the day-to-day customer normally is charged for 5,000 gallons of water per month.
Well, we got 100,000 customers, and probably 10,000 are the 5,000. So we have 90,000 customers are outside of that.
Okay,
So I think we need to look at
divide that by
everything
5. I mean, it's pretty
on
simple.
a per thousand basis. That's
Sir, for the 5,000 gallon, that's about 2/3 of the residential customers.
that take in the 5,000 range that are.
5,000 or less.
We heard
and it's just to get an
18%
idea.
take under 2,000 gallons, and I don't know. So how many take under 4,000? We're getting into
We
mine.
can modify that. We can change that for you. If you wanted it 1,000 gallons.
I wanted 1,000 gallons on there because, like I said, we have some customers take 1 million gallons. We have some customers that take 2,000 gallons.
Okay. We can modify that.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is only, all we're trying to do is just kind of give you a picture.
So in this picture, we've got the drought, my original question, the drought surcharge fund. How much capital cost can that cover? So this is going in the bank, so to speak. And all we can do is use it for additional water supplies, which include interest, correct?
Yes, you can pay the debt service.
All cost of capital. Right now, today, we've got that estimated with Exxon coming on the line, just a little under $5 million. How much can that support for building a plant that we don't have to put in the rate impact?
Right, so we estimate that the surcharge money can accommodate the construction of a 10 million gallon per day plant.
I'm asking how many dollars?
Okay, what's in the budget right now?
In $16 million in the.
How many dollars worth? Is it $133 million? Is it 150? So we go out to the market and we can say, okay, this fund will cover X amount of debt. Now, this is in dollars. You know, that's the financial, Heather, on there. We're getting X amount of dollars at 2% interest. How much cost can it cover?
So it's covering with the surcharge $5 million a year.
Yeah. And how many dollars can that cover in capital cost?
That will cover the entire, or $5 million in capital cost.
I think
For
he's
the
looking
debt
for a
service.
number. Let us get.
Looking, this
No,
is
that's
simple
fine.
finance.
That's fine.
You know,
We'll get it.
that's what
We'll get it
we're
for you.
here for, that we got X amount of dollars, what is it gonna cover?
Okay.
On there.
I think all I can tell you right now is we'll get it for you. I don't want to give you a number that's not real.
Well,
So-
we've got a
get to
CFO sitting over there and stuff, with, 5 minutes on the, doing a AM table will tell us what that number is. It's not rocket science. Thank you, I've had.
All right. Councilman Pusley?
I just want to go back to the sludge number again real quickly, Mike.
Okay.
So after all the discussion, if I understand it right, a 30 MGD a day would create how many truckloads of sludge a day that we'd have to haul to our landfill?
I think if we max that out, it'd be around four.
Four.
So we're looking at 9 yards. So just so you know, we're looking at a 9-yard dump truck
Okay.
filled with coffee grounds, basically.
Okay.
That was at 70 MGDs, right?
Or is that 70
No.
or 30? That's the part
I thought
I'm
it was
confused.
30.
30? Okay, sorry.
30?
It's
Okay. So how many truckloads of sludge do we take today from our own waste treatment plants?
Just how many? From wastewater or water treatment?
Well,
You're- let's
you're
do
taking
water
sludge
treatment.
from somewhere. Where are you
From
taking it
From
from?
Owen Stevens, how much?
Waste, no, oh, water treatment. Water treatment.
Water-
It's about 4 as well.
4.
From a water treatment plant like at Owen Stevens or wherever?
Right now with the dredging, that's what it is.
Okay.
The pre-said.
Okay, some of the water treatment plants. So we're doing 4 a day already.
Right, and, yeah, yes, sir.
And has that overwhelmed our landfill?
No,
Okay.
it doesn't. And I think some of the miscommunication, I think, from the engineer that has brought that up about every 4 minutes, a truck every 4 minutes, is that my thoughts is that he's not taking into account that the sludge is going to be dewatered to 95%.
Yeah.
And so if you're calculating it every 4 minutes, that's assuming a non-dewatered sludge.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, one last question on the financing. This all stipulated that we were going to get some finance or some debt back from Mary Rhodes, right? And that was going to be folded in, and that was going to also be part of this cost, right? So we would never see the benefit from losing that or paying off the debt on Mary Rhodes Phase 1. It would go automatically be folded into this project.
Yes, so as that debt falls off, this debt will come on.
So along with that, plus the 25 cents, won't cover a 20 million gallon a day plant.
If we use all the funds that we are accruing right now, plus continue using the $5 million a year and about $1.5 million from our raw water development fund, under the 20 MGD scenario, we wouldn't start paying debt service until about 2032.
Okay, so what's the shortfall?
Shortfall
Per
would
1,000
be-
gallons?
For how much, I'm sorry?
In a per 1,000 gallons, because what are we going to charge everybody on a per 1,000 gallon basis?
On a per 1,000
What's the
gallon.
nexus? Okay, if you can't answer that
I
right
don't
now,
have that
that's,
answer
that's
right at
fine.
this
It's
moment.
just, I don't want it to be, I know that industry is paying 25 cents, but if it's not going to cover it, I don't want to have the, us saying it's, we're
It
not.
covers it to a certain degree, about 66% of the debt service. It's not going to pay for O&M. So O&M is the big part that's going to affect the rates.
Okay, but on the 10 million gallon day plant, it was going to cover everything. And that's
now
how we were initially sold.
Now you
right?
jump to the question of the $10 million, then the answer is yes. 10 MGD plant, it will cover it. You're going to be paying O&M, though.
Who's going to be paying O&M?
The
Everyone's gonna
customers,
pay O&M.
everybody.
So.
Large industry, industrial.
Okay, so when we're looking at it, because we blend the rate, right? Obviously, we have different costs for different water from our surface water in Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, or the Mary Roads Phase 1, or from the lower Colorado River. We have a blended rate, right? Okay, so the nexus between that and what it would be with the blended rate, or the difference in the average cost, if you blend those three, and then you blend it with the desal, what's the difference? Do you understand what I'm saying? There's going to be a difference in cost, so it's going to be spread out to everybody, right? What I'm saying is that probably shouldn't go to everybody.
It shouldn't, you're saying it shouldn't go to everybody?
It shouldn't go to everybody, right?
Well, it's feeding the entire system.
Everyone's
So
using it.
everybody is using it.
Okay, so,
you're
in
changing
the
the
discussion,
individual
in the
rates.
discussion we talked about here, we're not doing this for industry, right? But we're having to go out and find water because of industry, because they put us over that threshold. Is that what I'm understanding? And the reason why we want to go out and get this water is so we have a drought-proof source, so we don't have to cut off industry in a drought. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
No.
So it doesn't make the city drought-proof. It provides the city
Right.
with a
Yeah.
drought-proof source of water, because we're only talking 20 million gallons a day.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that,
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not, that's okay. I think having industry here is a great thing. I'm not saying that that's the case. But if we're going to go after this because of industry, I think industry should absorb the lion's share of this additional
We're
cost. I don't
going
think it's
after
that
it.
much.
You said drought-proof, and that's exactly why we're going after
Right,
it.
but
To
I
have
don't
a-
think
have a
it's, I
supply
don't think the nexus is
industry.
that much. It's not 25 cents if we went with a 20 million
And I
gallon
think
day
we've
plant.
got to remember,
What would that be?
they're also paying their regular rates plus contributing to the 25
I get
cents.
it.
So
Well,
they are paying.
Citizens are paying 5 cents, right?
Team. Let me take a shot at this.
Right.
Okay, because I think I hear what you're saying. So with the desal water, let's just continue to use and we're trying to get you your number. So let's just use the model, this benchmark that I'm going by, our Inner Harbor, right? Let's say we build a 20 million gallon per day plant. Our estimate is that water rates, this is for all users, commercial and residential, that rate will go up at the rate of about 35 cents per month, or per year, 35 cents per year for the next 10 years. So let's say the water rate, and this is not the right number, what's the current water rate for an average household right now? $4 to $5. So $4 to $5 for a 5,000 gallon, gets us back, and that's why we use that number. So 4 to 5, let's just say $5, okay, $5. 45, I'm sorry. Okay, let's say, $45. So what's going to happen, based on your scenario, is everybody's rate is going to be increasing at 35 cents per year for the next 10 years. Are you with me? 35 cents per?
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm not.
For the next 10 years, because there's really no way to take that out. Desal water is going to cost what it's going to cost. But it's not the cost of desal water, it's what it does to the impact to the rate.
Is that at the 350 rate or at the 450 rate per thousand?
So you're talking about what it costs to build the desal plant now per gallon? So-
Okay, ultimately, there's two parts to this, right? It's
Yeah.
the cost of the desal plant plus the cost of the actual water. What I'm talking about is the cost of the water.
Yeah.
And what that's going to be over time. Desal, the plant itself is going to be rolled into that.
Yeah, so,
in terms of debt
so that's what Jason was saying. That's in the $3.50 to $4 range, which we're comfortable with right now. Right now, we're comfortable with that. That's at that cost. Okay, so you take that cost of desal water, now you combine that to get our water rate. So if it's 45, it's going to be $45.35 for the
Okay,
first
well,
year.
that's what I'm saying. You're proposing it to put it on everyone, right?
Yeah, it goes. It's across the
I'm
board,
saying
right.
a lion's share of that should go to industry if we guarantee them the water, right? The whole
Well,
idea,
there is
the
a
whole
commercial,
idea.
so that would be in the commercial rate.
Right. So the whole idea here is to guarantee that everybody has water because it's a drought-proof source of water. I think industry wouldn't mind paying a little extra if they got the guarantees that they were going to get the water.
Well,
Right?
that would be, so if that's the council's desire to break it out like that, then.
Well, can
we
you
just
show
have
us
to
those
vote on that.
numbers? Right? Because, I mean, ultimately, we don't get elected by industry. We get elected by people that pay our water rates, right? So I want to make sure that, you know, we take them in consideration. We've already got high water bills, right? Or should I say high utility bills, not just water bills. And that's for all sorts of reasons, right? The EPA consent agreement, the TCEQ agreement, and all the infrastructure things that we have to pay for. We're spending $50 million on replacing water lines this year, this coming budget, right? We assigned $50 million to it. We're on the hook for roughly $725 million for the wastewater side, right? Okay, so I can't look at this in isolation, and I've said this many times. We can't just look at this in isolation because it's the entire utility bill. People don't get angry just for the water, the little section of the water bill. They get angry for the entire bill, and that includes solid waste. That includes the street user fee. That includes a whole bunch of other stuff. So ultimately, you know, we have to take into consideration what our consumer, our end user of that utility bill is paying. And so that's why I asked you to give that number. And if we're going to do this and guarantee industry that water, and I have no problem with that. I think industry is an important part of our community. They provide good paying jobs, and I support them. I do support them. But I want to make sure that, you know, we're doing this the right way and we're being cognizant of what's ultimately going to those people paying the water bill or the utility bill.
Okay.
So
No,
if you
I
can
think
break those
that's
numbers
fair.
out.
I mean, I think that's a fair question. How we get there is a bigger question. How do we get to where you're trying to get us to? The way I'm proposing it, the way that the model proposes it, is very simple. I think, you know, and I'm not saying yours isn't, but we have to figure out, okay, what is fair? What is fair
Well,
for?
when it all comes down, what's the usage? It's like a 70-30,
so
right?
we'll have to go.
So let's break it out as 70-30.
Okay.
I think that would be an equitable way to look at it.
Well, I mean, obviously, you're the council. You can propose, tell us to do whatever you want to do. I mean, water rates are, at the end of the day, we can make recommendations on what the water rate should be, but you're the ones who vote on that. And so we can make a proposal to you. We can.
I think if we do that, it would be notifying them well in advance because they'll have to budget for anything that happens that way, just similar to how they budgeted for the 25 cents per 1,000 gallons. So I think if we guarantee the water, I think they'd be okay with it. And that's ultimately what we want to get to, is being able to guarantee that
I think that's perfectly fine.
Right.
Now that I understand that, if that's the desire of council to do it, then obviously
I still want to see options to make sure we get the lowest price on a per 1,000 gallon basis. You know,
we're working on that right now. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that, but anyhow, we're working on that and trying to get there. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Great questions, so I appreciate those.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
I just want to be clear, what the issues Councilman Hernandez is bringing up would have to be a discussion we'd have to have as a council. The industry's already paying an additional surcharge to help us put this together already.
That's correct.
And they're buying, 8 to 10 million gallons of water a day or something like that. So, you know, I'm a big, you know, supporter of industry too. And so before we make a blanket statement to come out of this room that we're going to add an additional cost to industry, we need to be clarified as to exactly what we're doing, because industry as a whole may not vote for us, but the 4,000 or 5,000 people that work at those refineries, they do vote. So we need to be really clear about that. And Councilman Hernandez, I don't mean to take you to task on this, but we need to be very careful about making those kind of statements. I just,
Well, it's about seeing the numbers.
you know, I'm all for that, but I also get a little frustrated because I think we're trying to put the cart before the horse. We got to get a permit before we ever start talking about what the cost is going to be. And we're a long way from figuring out what the bottom line is. And if we get to the bottom line and we figure out we can't do it, or the cost is going to be too great to, you know, to move this forward, fine, we can make that decision at that point. But, you know, we're trying to, you know, it seems to me like we're trying to budget, you know, what kind of faucets we're going to buy before we've decided where the house is going to be. So.
Well, if you go back to that's a great point. I mean, these are all great points, and that's why we're here doing this briefing today. So if you go back to a presentation that we made like 3 or 4 weeks ago, where Amber put together the little stair step, if you remember that presentation, we're still on step 1.
Right.
Okay? And appreciate what everybody's saying, but before we can get to step 4, 5, or 6, we've got to get
Right.
up on step 1, which is we got to determine what the site is going to be of phase 1.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I want to follow up with Councilman Pusley, but our rates are dictated by cost of service, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't just arbitrarily say, oh, we're going to hang it on somebody and not another. So Steve, you're nodding yes.
Yes.
And that's the reason we dropped our rates in this last budget, 10% for our raw water. We went from, what, $1.06 to 97, or Kevin?
Right, yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a fact that most people don't know, that it kind of slid through the budget process. But our overall, the raw water component that everybody uses water, that there was a reduction, correct?
Yes.
About 10% because demand is up, and that's all because of cost of service.
Yes.
We have to pass on the savings that we saw from the incremental demand. So we're very limited in trying to be able to jigger a rate for that. And we talk a lot about industry with it, but we saw the big water users come on a little bit past us, and I'm looking at just overall growth in the region. So today, I mean, we did a great thing with the drones. They bring people here. People use water. So I think if we don't get a single new industry customer and looking what our current demand factors are, I think we're probably underestimating the growth that this region is going to see. And then we got to remember we are the regional water supplier, so it's not only Corpus Christi's growth, it's Port Aransas's growth, Rockport's growth, all of those many counties and cities that we serve. So industry, but like I say, we're going to need additional water, whether we get any more industry or not, if this region grows for other things. So we get too wound up sometimes in industry, and I think as we're doing these long-term projections, we need, if this region is going to grow, and we bring in the drone projects, and we bring in the high techs, and people come down here because they love our environment and living by the water, we're going to need more water supply. That's incremental water. Any new water costs more. So it'll be spread across the base. So, yeah, thanks.
Excuse me? I do, Councilmember Smith? No. I do have some information that I got here from Heather a few minutes ago regarding the debt service cost, or how much that would cover. So using the 25-cent surcharge, which can accumulate up to $5 million a year, that'll be about $96 million that it would cover in debt service for either of these plants, whichever one comes first.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria, and that was a 5-minute exercise, so,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah. One more thing I'd like to add, we also have the Raw Water Development Fund, which could also be used if needed. And that accumulates about $2 million a year.
$2 million plus
Thank you.
$2 million.
I wanted to add too, just the industry consumption is a little over 50%, so it's about 50-50 industry and residential and commercial.
Okay. Yes, ma'am? Okay.
Go ahead.
I told you it's going to be fast. We're going to go right through this presentation. All right, so Amber?
I'm nowhere near as controversial. When we met earlier this year, we talked a lot about seawater desalination, what it would look like, how it works. And at that time, I said, you know, every time I have this conversation, I believe it was Councilmember Martinez, when you and I had the discussion, I said, everything that you're asking, in my mind, I see an animation. And this is the animation. And when we talk about seawater desalination, we always talk about this plant. We talk about the production, how much it's going to cost, what it's going to look like, what are the potential environmental impacts. But it's more than just a plant. It's about the process. So if Cameron will cue the video, I will show you what seawater desalination is.
Seawater desalination is a phrase you might be hearing more often lately. But what is seawater desalination? Simply put, seawater desalination is the process of taking salt water and removing the salt, leaving water that can be further treated for municipal drinking water. Seawater desalination is a process that requires a large plant producing enough water that can be used by an entire region. So let's break it down. How would desalination work in Corpus Christi? Seawater is carefully removed from the bay using a very slow flow. Additionally, very small screens are used to cover intake pipes, designed to reduce the risk of sea life being pulled in with the flow. The salt water will now undergo reverse osmosis. During this process, a portion of the water has salt removed. The water without salt now moves on for standard disinfection treatment before it is added to our distribution system for everyday use. The remaining portion of water with salt is carefully reintroduced back into the bay where it came from, using a process called jet diffusion, which was recommended by the Heart Research Institute. To ensure minimal impact on the bay's environment, research was conducted to find the best area for the outflow. That's why the salt will be carefully released into shipping channels. Research data shows the natural flow of the bay will mix the diffused portion of the water with salt, resulting in negligible impacts on aquatic life. The city of Corpus Christi is committed to ongoing research, focused on understanding the environment and continuous sustainability of our bays. By adding seawater desalination to our existing water resources, we will have a drought-resistant water supply for the city and the region's water system that will see us well into our future. For more information on proposed seawater desalination plants, visit desal.cctexas.com or the Corpus Christi Water Utilities website. Corpus Christi Water Utilities, keeping the water flowing and the coastal bend growing.
There she is. Okay, back to the slides. I think we had one more slide left, but
Councilman Hernandez.
there we go.
Just,
Thank you.
Why did we need an animation for this?
You know the process because you've been in it, making decisions, gaining more information. We watch this every week. If I speak to my neighbor, not Heather, about what is seawater desalination, what they know versus what you and I know isn't the same. And it's so much easier for me to show with a visual that's quick and to the point to explain how it works and to catch that attention that way versus telling them to go back to every council meeting and learn by watching these slides.
Okay, I guess the question is not always just about, what desal is and how it's done. It's a lot of our discussions are financial in nature.
They are.
I don't recall seeing any animation on the financial part.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
This
to it.
is one, you're absolutely right. We started with what is seawater desalination? How will the project be funded? How is there negligible impact? You start with one, and you go from there.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I was squeaking over here.
You sure are.
So the other thing is we've got to promote what we're doing. We can't let others define what desalination is for us. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing, and it came up in one of my briefings a couple of weeks ago, that we've got to get out to the public. We can't let others define what desalination, the importance of it is to Corpus Christi. We can't let one group decide for everybody what it's going to look like. So this is just another tool in the toolbox as we go out into the community and start presenting the positive impact that desal will have on a community like Corpus. This is going to be one more tool, especially for those who don't know what it is and who haven't seen it for the first time. We'll do that. But we'll also have everything else that Councilman Hernandez, you're talking about, how much it's going to cost, the impact to the ratepayer, everything associated with it. But we've got to get out and we've got to make a positive message. So this is just going to help us do that. So I appreciate your attention for the last couple of hours, it seems like. So to close with staff recommendation. Obviously, the group that I've assembled here, as far as our desal team, we are 100% on board with pursuing a desal project, wherever and whatever that may look like. We recommend starting with the 10 to 20 million gallon per day version. And then with that being said, our proposal, everything that we've done, all the stuff that we've accumulated up until this point, we're asking you to please help us move forward to a site selection, moving into an executive session so we can discuss the next step, getting us off the first step of that stair, and let's start talking about location and give us direction as to where you want us to go.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bonetta?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that intensive and yet simple presentation where even somebody like me could understand. I just want to go back to, so thus far though, I guess that hasn't already been answered, is I think, going back to 2014, I think it was originally said that we spent like, what was that, 350,000, and then the first SWIFT loan about 2.7, almost 3 million.
You want me to walk you through that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we start off in 2014. There were various stakeholders that put up $350,000 for a basic feasibility study of desal in the region. 350. That's where we started. And then the first SWIFT loan 1, was 2.75 million. That was the initial SWIFT loan. SWIFT loan 2, which has been approved, was 11.425, of which we've spent basically 1.2 million out of that. So those, and then not to mention the thousands of man hours that we put towards this project. You total all of that together, as of 2014 up until basically now, we spent roughly $4.5 million towards desalination. Yeah.
Okay, and in addition to the thousands of man hours that we've spent as staff time to be able to get us here, and then the community efforts.
Yeah,
as
because
well.
the way our time, the way this group's time is measured, we don't charge everything that we do against the desal project. What we do is we're in search of a viable additional water resource. And so that we spend our days looking for that. So it's not how we're measured now. It's different for our engineer of record. They have billable hours and they charge directly to the project.
Okay, and I guess with regard to a second opinion, I guess that's part of the reason, Jason, you've established a team of how many experts again? That's the thing. I guess one of the things is that.
Can we get them to raise their hand? Can
Yeah.
you make them raise their hand?
Here, Jason, yeah, could
1,
you
2,
come back
3,
up to the
4,
podium?
5, 6, 7, 8. There's Roger. Oh,
Whoops, hey, be careful, be careful.
that's my fault. I made him do that.
It's all right. Hey, he must have had margaritas during the reception earlier.
Maybe I should have had a coffee.
I know as once again, I mean, it's obviously apples and oranges, but when we do public work, we try to establish a team to be able to cover all the additional opinions. And I know it's a stretch, but I guess from my own perspective, that's just kind of the way I look at it, is that you basically established a team with all these individuals to offer all these perspectives and then to validate all the other information that we get from other individuals. And so, yeah, if you could just one more time repeat all the experts that you've utilized during this time, just so that way we can, I mean, am I far off base?
No, sir, although I will say I'm particularly proud of our team. So I could talk about them for a while, and I would even invite maybe the opportunity for Dr. Dang to talk about the RFQ process. He helped write the RFQ in 2014. You got some great responses to that, and we were fortunate enough to be selected. But our team focused on the role of owner's representative. Okay, so when we put together a statement of qualifications, we wanted to make sure that we could represent the city of Corpus Christi as an advocate in each of the areas that I talked about specifically for procurement, but then also really highlighting our expertise in the environment, Dave Buzan and his team of environmental scientists and coastal ecologists, from financing, Mark Evans and his team in financing, from desal technology, within Freese and Nichols, Jorge Arroyo, who's probably got the best desal resume in Texas, but then outside of that, understanding that we needed a global desal technologist. So Nikolai Vuchkov is also on our team. And we've been asked, how much involvement does Nikolai really have? Well, over the past 6 years or so, he's billed over 600 hours to the project. I think many of you have had the chance to meet him. He's contributed a lot to the deliverables, to the applications, to the siting. So he is definitely involved. And then on the procurement side, Neil Callahan, who's procured over 20 projects of this size in the desalination industry. On top of that, we've got some experts that you haven't seen yet who are part of the team. Dean Elkins, who is a specialist in procuring power for very large power-consuming projects. His niche, it's pretty narrow, but what he does is he goes out on the market and procures competitively an independent power purchase agreement for a large project. The city of Corpus Christi has never done that before. So as an owner's representative, we wanted to put together a team that perfectly supplements the city's team. Your team is excellent at water supply, and what we help bring to the table is permitting a complex project, financing a complex project, figuring out what the best procurement method is, looking at the environmental impacts. And we brought Dr. Toe and the plumber team on, probably the best team you could have as far as modeling dispersion of desal concentrate. And so I believe that's why we're here, and we want to be that representative and supplement to your team. Those are the experts we bring to the table.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And obviously there's other influences, and I encountered it too in my little minuscule world of that's not as complex as yours, even though I had a nice discussion with Peter on that earlier today. But I guess that's really the component of, because there's always going to be detractors and there's always going to be other individuals. And I understand my colleague's component of that. Government can't do anything. And, the professional organization that Peter's put together, I guess sometimes I argue on his behalf or against his behalf, but I think this is one of the times that I have to admit, in the last 2.5 years that I've been here, I guess 2 years and 8 months, it just comes up again. There's the outside influence that comes back. Well, they've never done one before. Well, they don't know any better. Well, those guys are way out of line. Have you talked to the people at the aquifer? And I've talked to those people like 4 times, and each time I come back and I get staff to come up or Esteban to come up and retell me the story, because I forget it. And so that's the thing. And I wouldn't mind if Daniel did talk about the procurement process just a little bit. And it is Dr. Dang, right? Yes, a PhD, so highly qualified.
Thank you, sir. Daniel Dang, the Assistant Director of Wastewater Treatment.
Part of the professional team.
In 2014, when I worked in the engineering department, I was instructed to put an RFQ to select a qualified engineering consultant representing the city to conduct the feasibility study of the seawater desalination. So I think in 2014 we put RFQ, probably I forgot which month, but we issued RFQ, then we posted on the city's website Then we received over after probably 2 months, 4 consultants submitted their proposals. I remember it's Christi and C.D. Smith and CH2M, and another one is I forgot, is BHP, yeah, the 4 MW, yeah, MW here something. The 4 consultants submitted the RFQ. Then the city and the industry, we had 6 committee members consisting of cities officers and industrial leaders. 6 committee members reviewed RFQ. Then after that, after we reviewed RFQ, then probably we had like an interview for these 4 consultants. Then based on their interview, RFQ review and interview, then we selected the First Nichols as the most qualified consultant as the city's representative for seawater desalination project. I think in earlier 2015, the city awarded that contract to First Nichols to conduct the seawater desalination project. That's the history. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez, you have a...
Sorry, I had to respond to my fellow council members' passive-aggressive
Okay.
nature. And, you know, his ever so slight insults. Again, I want to make sure it's understood. This is not a derision of anybody on the team, as my colleague assumes that I'm saying, that I don't think that there's professional people doing this. It's a matter of having a second opinion or having more information to make a huge decision, okay? You know, that's what my whole aspect of is. And when last July, when I started asking the questions and started voting no, because I wasn't getting that information, you know, we even forced the RFI respondents to give us information, which was eye-opening and led to more questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked you to review that to get that information, right? So in looking at this, to make the best possible decision, and not disparaging anybody, unlike how my colleague disparages me, I'm just returning the passive aggressiveness. The need to have that second opinion or third opinion. This is a big decision, and it's going to tie us up for 30 years, $200 million onto our ratepayers. I want to make sure that we're making the best possible decision for them. Okay, you know, there's been a lot of missteps. Okay, in terms of getting us this information. When we were being told that it was 20 million gallons a day plant, it was actually a 24 million gallons a day plant to achieve 20 million gallons a day. So that's that's building in a capacity of 80% efficiency or 82% efficiency, somewhere in there. So when you have stuff like that, you want to make sure that you get the best information possible. And, you know, I don't know what that would look like or who that's going to be,
Right.
All that information's associated with it. I want to make sure that I can look at the voters straight in the face and the people who pay the water bill, the utility bill, and say I've made the best decision possible for them. So I want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Absolutely. You bet.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, I think that's all the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you all very much, but I mean, I think we do have an executive item, or this item in executive session. So we will, I think that's where we are, I can't see. Yes, so the council will go into executive session on items number 21, 23, and 24, correct? Yes. Per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Any further business? Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, we are back from executive session, and I don't believe we have any further business. So with that, I will, Yes, adjourn the meeting. I was going to say reconvene. Adjourn the meeting. Now.